Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Yes, there are more U.S. strikes on Iran. CENTCOM just announced it 18 minutes ago. You can see right here at 5 p.m. today, U.S. Central Command forces began launching more strikes against Iran to continue degrading their ability to attack civilian mariners and commercial ships freely transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The commander-in-chief has directed the strikes to hold Iranian forces accountable. So let's get you the latest updates on these new strikes in Iran. I have seen some reporting in Iranian state media about these. So let me show you some of what's being reported there by Iranian state media. Here's a bunch of them here. Okay, started hearing reports about 20 minutes ago. Let me show you this from Iran state media. I need to get it all on the screen for you here. This is from Iran state media Tasnim. So if you look here, you can see, starting about 20 minutes ago, it said several explosions were heard around the Taroy village of Sirik. Then it said several explosions were heard west of Bandar Abbas. This is near the Strait of Hormuz. Then it said some news sources are saying that several explosions were heard in the Keshem area in recent minutes, also near Strait of Hormuz. Then it said CENTCOM claimed to have targeted parts of Iranian territory with the aim of reducing the ability to attack ships. Explosion heard in Jask, which is a bit east of the Strait of Hormuz, but on the southern coast. And then the last post from Tasnim state media said, Hormozgan governor's office official in an interview with Tasnim reporter. Hormozgan is a province which is on the southern coast of Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. No casualties or damage to residential areas have been reported in tonight's attacks so far. I'm going to get a clock up on the screen for you. Where it's right now, it's about 1 a.m., 1:09, I think, Iran time. So let's get a clock up on the screen for you. New attacks. And, you know, there hasn't been, since yesterday, there has not been a new Iranian attack on a ship in the Strait of Hormuz that we know about. But at the same time, hang on a moment here. At the same time, U.S. carrying out new attacks on Iran. What is going on here? Give me one quick moment here. What is happening here? That's not what I need to do. Let's try another one. There we go. Okay. I have the clock up. I'll have it up in a second when I next go to the... Let me see what else is being reported here. But a bunch of explosions reported around the Strait of Hormuz. We'll have to see if here is something more. Something about Bushehr province. Explosions in Bushehr province. This is from Mayor News, state media. Initial reports of explosions heard in some parts of Bushehr province. While reports of explosions being heard in some areas of Bushehr province have been released, no official source has yet released details about the origin of these events or their possible dimensions. That's to the west of the Strait of Hormuz, hundreds of miles to the west, on the coast of the Persian Gulf. That's where the province is. According to initial reports, explosions were heard in some areas of Bushehr province on Monday morning. According to reports received, cities including Bushehr and Kangan are among the areas where citizens have reported hearing explosions. However, details regarding the origin of these sounds and their possible extent are still unknown. Meanwhile, some claims published in cyberspace about the nature and cause of these events have not yet been confirmed by any official authority. No announcement has been made yet by the responsible authorities regarding these reports, and additional information will be provided after official sources announce it. So, Iran state media mayor. Explosions heard in Bushehr province. So let's get a map up so we can show you. But some similar areas to those that we have seen attacked before in southern Iran. I will pull up the map here. Now, oops, let's try this. Okay, so we've heard about explosions so far. We've heard about explosions reported on Keshem, which is this island right here, next to the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard about Sirik, which is next to the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard about Bandar Abbas, which is next to the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard about Bushehr province, which is includes Bushehr city. That's up in here. We've also heard about, now I'm forgetting. What's the one I'm forgetting? Hang on. I have to go back and see what I was just looking at. Bushehr, something to the east. Something to the east, I believe. I think. Let's see. Bandar Abbas, Keshem, Sirik, Jask. We heard about an explosion in Jask. And Jask is to the east of the Strait of Hormuz, but still on the coast. Jask is there. All right, so again, new strikes by the U.S., announced by the U.S. just a short while ago. And how is Iran going to respond? You know, there were reports that there were, oh, hold on a second. Another report from Far State Media. Let me show you what Far State Media is saying here. Far State Media says, explosion heard in Jask and south of Keshem Island. Local sources reported the sound of several explosions in Jask, as well as the south of Keshem Island. The exact location of these explosions is still unknown. They also said CENTCOM terrorist organization announces attack on Iran. They said around 12:30 tonight, more than 10 explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas and Sirik. Now that's interesting because that's about 45 minutes ago. Around 12:30 tonight, more than 10 explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas and Sirik. The exact location of these explosions was still unknown. Now, something else we'll talk about is about 5-6 hours ago, I believe it was, there was some reports unconfirmed of more explosions in Iran. And I don't believe CENTCOM ever confirmed this. Barak Ravid had reported that about 5-6 hours ago. Barak Ravid reported about 5 hours ago, saying that a U.S. official told him that about 6 hours ago, the U.S. conducted a few strikes on missile and air defense systems, as well as Iranian small boats around the Strait of Hormuz. So it sounds like possibly there was some sort of smaller U.S. activity about 6 hours ago, since we were last on the air. But this is an official announcement from the U.S. that they have attacked again and are attacking. You can see right here again, CENTCOM, at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today, U.S. Central Command forces began launching more strikes against Iran to continue degrading their ability to attack civilian mariners and commercial ships freely transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The commander-in-chief has directed the strikes to hold Iranian forces accountable. By the way, thanks so much to Jerry Kovacs and Rita R64. Tara Owning, thanks for being a member. Jason33, thanks for being a member. Thanks also to our moderators. We have Big Ball of Yarn, LB Parried on Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Shirley Dev moderating over there on Twitch. Thanks to Beth Mythical, who is moderating over there, and Ruth, who are moderating on YouTube. Thank you so much. We have Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. I want to thank our Facebook moderators as well. Oops, I'm hearing two of myself. Facebook moderators as well. Kay Larry Body, Paul Anderson over there moderating. And also thanks to our Rumble moderators as well. I do appreciate it. K-Body is there moderating. Thank you. All right, now hold on a second here. Let's see here. All right, hang on a moment here. Let's try to get you some updates on what exactly is going on. Oh, update for you. Update from Press TV. Press TV, Iran, state media. Look at the bottom here. It says initial reports say tonight's U.S. strike hit a telecommunications tower near Sirik, the same site targeted in previous attacks. That's according to Iran's state TV, Iran's Press TV, Iran state media, Press TV. Now, there's reports of numerous targets, not just that one. Let's see. How is Iran going to respond to this? IRIB has the same thing. Let me show you some of the reporting from IRIB, which is Iranian state TV. Here's what they have reported. They said earlier, about a half hour ago, 3 explosions were heard in Jask. Several explosions were heard in Keshem. 2 more explosions were heard in Jask. Terrorist organization CENTCOM announces new U.S. military attack on Iranian soil. And according to initial reports, tonight's attack targeted a telecommunications tower near the village of Taherwi in Sirik, the same location that had been hit in previous attacks. Okay. Give me one moment here. Let me check for some more updates here. Oh, I just saw something. Breaking update. Breaking update. News update. News update. CNN reports, Zachary Cohen of CNN reports, within the last hour, Iranian Revolutionary Guard forces fired at commercial shipping transiting the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. aircraft has successfully shot down an Iranian cruise missile and a one-way attack drone so far, according to CENTCOM spokesman Tim Hawkins. So CNN says, CENTCOM spokesman says that in the last hour, Iran fired at commercial shipping transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe that's the reason for these new U.S. strikes in Iran. I don't know. The new U.S. strikes, the official announcement didn't mention this. But CENTCOM spokesman tells CNN, Iran Revolutionary Guard forces have fired at commercial shipping transiting the Strait of Hormuz. In the last hour, U.S. aircraft has successfully shot down an Iranian cruise missile and one-way attack drone so far. Give me a moment here. Now, Shin claims that there were 2 explosions in Markazi province in central Iran, in Khandab. That I haven't seen that in Iranian state media, but Shin, who I follow, claims that there were 2 explosions in central Iran, not on the coast, in Khandab. So we'll have to see if we hear anything more about that. News update from Press TV. Look at here, news update. Look at the bottom there. Oops. Look at the bottom. Multiple explosions heard in parts of Iran's Bushehr province, including the city of Kangan. I have another report here. This is from Mayor State Media. Initial reports of explosions heard in the southeast of Iran. Official details awaiting announcement from responsible authorities. Following reports of several explosions being heard in Chabahar. Explosions reported in Chabahar. No official authority has yet issued a statement regarding the origin of these sounds or possible details of the incident. According to initial reports, several explosions were heard in the southeast of Iran, including Chabahar, on Saturday morning. The origin of these sounds and their possible details have not been fully announced yet. Meanwhile, some claims made in cyberspace about the dimensions and cause of this incident have not yet been confirmed by the relevant authorities. At the time of this writing, no official announcement has been made. They say reports of explosions in Chabahar. I'll show you where that is. That's going to be to the east of the Strait of Hormuz. That's over here. Chabahar is here. So we have explosions reported in Bandar Abbas, Keshem, near Strait of Hormuz, Sirik, Jask, Chabahar. These are reported by state media, and in Bushehr province. Also Kangan, which I think might be in Bushehr province, Kangan. On the southern coast there. And Shin reported a couple of some explosions in inland, but that's not been reported by state media yet. The report that Shin posted was Khandab. That's I haven't heard that in state media. Yeah, the Khandab, which Shin was talking about, is here. Khandab, which is in middle of the country to the west. We'll see what we hear about that. Again, CNN saying that a CENTCOM spokesman says that Iran fired on commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz within the last hour. Bear with me for a second. Shin is reporting jet activity over Shiraz in Fars province. So, trying to get you more information here. I believe this might be the fourth time in the last week. Could this be the fourth? I mean, yesterday the U.S. said it was the third time in a week they had attacked Iran, launched strikes on Iran. So that would suggest today is the fourth time in a week, or if nothing more, not more than 8 days. All right, trying to get you the latest updates here. By the way, Mitch McConnell's office released a statement from Mitch McConnell, so we'll talk about that in a little bit too. I wonder if I can get... Really quick, you can see here, McConnell says a fall led to his hospitalization, breaking weeks of silence about a condition. This was a statement that was released. He said in a statement he also suffered a case of mild pneumonia and has undergone a battery of tests as doctors try to determine what led to his fall. He explained the long silence about his condition by saying, "Folks of my generation often hesitate to share the vulnerability that comes with growing older." He said he is now in a rehab center and will not be returning to the Senate quite yet. The statement included a smiling picture of him and his wife, Elaine Chao. Anyways, we can talk about that more later. That's from AP. But we're not focusing on that right now. All right, hang on a moment. Now, I haven't in the last few minutes heard about more explosions. I haven't yet heard about any kind of retaliation from Iran. So we'll have to see how all of that goes. To repeat, CNN is reporting that CNN Zachary Cohen reports that a CENTCOM spokesman tells CNN that, oops, I guess this got reposted. Yeah, Zachary Cohen says a CENTCOM spokesman told CNN that in the last hour, Iranian Revolutionary Guard forces fired at commercial shipping transiting the Strait of Hormuz, and U.S. aircraft have shot down an Iranian cruise missile and a one-way attack drone so far. Oh, the oil market just opened, right? Am I right about this? Let's look at the oil price. Oil is up about 4.5% Brent crude since Friday, 78.69. That's since Friday when it was last open. WTI crude is up about 3.5% to 73.90. Way below where it was at the height of the, of its highs of the war. So here's a 6-month chart right here. This is from tradingview.com. That's 6 months. You can see before the war, it was trading at about in the high 60s, Brent crude. Then during the war, it got up to around, I think around 120 or so at some point, and over 100 for a bunch. Now it is, and then with the talk of the end of the war, in the memorandum of understanding, it went down. It's got down to about 70. Now it's around 78.66. That's Brent crude. But up about 4.5% right now. Hey, thanks so much to Gerald E. Mantle. Gerald E. Mantle, thanks for your support. Samantha Reynoso, thanks for your support. Samantha, I don't know that I haven't heard that the State Department guidance for Americans in the Middle East has really changed significantly. I'm not aware of any big updates about that. So, I mean, you can go and check different countries and online if you want to see. If you look up like State Department Kuwait, you can get the Kuwait Travel Advisory, and it'll tell you the last one there was June 28th. Saying there were no changes and it's reconsidered travel for Kuwait. So again, if there's any specific ones you want, you can just look up, State Department travel advisory in that country. I'm not aware. I'm unaware of any kind of major changes in the last week or two. If I hear of them, I'll let you know. Thank you, Samantha. I'm not aware of any kind of big changes. Again, that might suggest something different's going to happen with the war. That I haven't heard the last few days. I also don't know that I don't know that they've been really lessened at all in the last few weeks, but I'm not sure. I haven't been keeping it up every day with those. Thank you, Samantha Reynoso. Also, died suddenly our member Sabra. Thank you for the memberships. I really appreciate it. Mary Dean, thank you. Jojo777, thanks for being a member as well. And also Kendra Fox, thanks for your support on Twitch. So we're getting you the latest updates here about these new U.S. strikes. Hold on. New update. News update from Press TV. Look at the bottom. Reports of several blasts in Iran's southern province of Sistan and Baluchistan after U.S. strikes. This is new. Iran state media, Press TV. Reports of several blasts in Iran's southern province of Sistan and Baluchistan after U.S. strikes. I'm going to show you where that is. That was just posted by them 1 minute ago. Now, has that been... That's over there. Yeah, so, that could be referring to Chabahar, because Chabahar, we've heard of explosions there. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Chabahar is in that province. So we've heard of explosions a few minutes ago in Chabahar. So maybe it's talking about that, or maybe it's talking about something different. I don't know. Oh, I have something else here from IRNA State Media. IRNA reports some areas in the west of this province, of Hormozgan province, have been targeted in a new wave of enemy attacks. That's southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Hormozgan governorate has also confirmed enemy attacks in some parts of that province and announced that no reports of possible casualties have been reported so far. Also, an IRNA reporter in Bushehr province reported, contrary to claims made in cyberspace that the enemy has attacked targets in this province, the governor of Bushehr city has not yet confirmed the hit in the provincial capital, nor have local sources confirmed the hit in Kangan. One of our viewers mentioned the State Department in Oman. So I can tell you that on Oman, it says here July 12th, which is today, there are changes, and now this was hours ago, I believe, but it says there are changes to the shelter in place section. There are no changes in Oman to the options to depart or embassy operations section. Yeah, I don't, so this, I don't know when this came out. I mean, because there was reports of explosions in Oman when we were on the air overnight. They said the U.S. Embassy Muscat has issued shelter-in-place guidance for the city of Duqm and its immediate environs and the governorate of Musandam due to recent activity. And it still says on their site, if you're there, remain in your residence, hotel, or other structure and stay away from windows. But anyways, if you want to, you can go to State Department, any of these countries, travel advisory, and like Oman, it says reconsider travel, date issued June 27th, and you can see the latest updates there. Unconfirmed report online of explosions in Awaz. See if that's getting reported anywhere else. Hang on. Give me a moment. Oh, Barak Ravid reports for Channel 12 Israel it's the same report that CNN says. A CENTCOM spokesman tells Channel 12 Israel that the Revolutionary Guards in Iran fired at ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. successfully intercepted an Iranian cruise missile and a drone. Same thing they said to CNN. Now, I'm seeing this. Hold on. Well, I believe this account is legit. Now, this account makes all kinds of claims. This is an account that is associated with the Iranian military. What they said 47 seconds ago, a short while ago, violating vessels were targeted in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't know if they mean right now or if they mean like an hour ago, because we've heard those reports that CENTCOM is telling some media outlets that a little over an hour ago, Iran targeted ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't know if this is supposed to be new or not. That I don't know. Hang on. A new update. New explosions reported. New explosions reported. This is from Mer News State Media. At 1:30 a.m. today, that's about 12 minutes ago, the sounds of two powerful explosions were heard in Avaz and Mashhar in Kush. According to a report at Mer News Agency, the sounds of two explosions were heard in Avaz at 1:30 a.m. today, Monday. The sound of an explosion was also reported in Mashhar. The source of the sounds is still unknown, and no information has been released by official authorities. That was just those explosions were heard about 13 minutes ago. Iran State Media Mer. Explosions heard in Avaz and Mashhar. Let me show you where this is. Avaz and Mashhar. So that's up here. That's up, the Strait of Hormuz is here. We're talking up here by Kuwait. Avaz is up here. Mashhar is more closer to the coast. Mashhar is right here. There's Mashhar. There's Avaz. Not that far from the coast, but, well, I mean, this is from here to here is about 60 miles, so. Anyway, so reports of explosions in Khuzestan province. This is interesting. Give me a moment here. Hold on. So there's another account. You know, I showed you that X account, which is associated with the Iranian military. I can't confirm it. I think it's legit. And then there's another account that they recommend called Iran War, but they recommend it, so I think it probably is associated with the Iranian military too. I don't know if the stuff it's posting is legit. I mean, a lot of the stuff that they post turns out to be true. But one thing they posted 2 minutes ago, this account here, oops, you'll see it in a second, this account right here, is it said the American attacks do not target only military sites, but focus on economic areas and facilities. Now, I don't know if that's true. That would certainly be a significant development if the U.S. starts hitting more non-military sites and economic sites. We'll have to see as the reports come in about what the U.S. is hitting and what the U.S. says about this. Press TV is also reporting about explosions in Avaz. Unconfirmed reports of heavy explosions in Iran's southeastern city of Avaz following U.S. attacks. And again, Avaz is not right on the coast, as we just showed you. That is from Press TV, Iran. Mehr News reports that in Hormozgan region in southern Iran, no civilian casualties or damage to residential and commercial infrastructure have been reported yet in the new attacks on some parts of Hormozgan province. Seeing some unconfirmed claims online claiming that U.S. has launched missiles from Kuwait at Iran. I don't know if that's true. I'm looking at when, in terms of when the previous attacks have been. So yesterday there were U.S. strikes, and then 3 days ago, and then 4 days ago. Right. We were on the air covering strikes. Whoa. We were on the air on July 7th. And then July 7th, we were on the air. And then we were on the air covering strikes on, I think this might have been the same broadcast. I don't know. Let's see. Hold on a second here. Let's see. Anyways, I believe it's like, if I have these dates right, yeah, July 8th. So I believe it's in the last 6 days, basically. In the last 6 days, there have been 4 different days on which the U.S. has launched strikes on Iran. Maybe, I mean, I don't know the exact timing, so maybe a week, but you know what I'm saying. It's 4 times in a week, basically. Update about new explosion report. New explosion report from Mehr News. An explosion was heard outside the city of Khandab. According to reports received by Mehr News Agency, an area outside the city of Khandab has been targeted by enemy forces. No official sources have commented yet on the incident, and there is no estimate of potential damage. Yesterday morning, another area of Khandab was also targeted by enemy shelling. Let's show you where this is. That is here, Khandab in Markazi province. Now, Khandab is inland, about 300 miles north of the Persian Gulf. Okay? That's Khandab. That is not a coastal city. So let me post something here. Iran State Media Mehr. Explosion heard outside the city of Khandab. Khandab is an inland city around 300 miles north of the Persian Gulf. And we have an update here, another update from Mehr News Iran. Attack on 2 points near Avaz confirmed. So this is about 17 minutes ago, it says. Deputy Governor of Khuzestan for Security Affairs at 1:35 a.m. this morning. 17 minutes ago, 2 points near Avaz were targeted by projectiles launched by the American enemy. Also a city that's not on the coast. A more detailed report on potential damages will be released and announced later. Here is Avaz, which again is not right on the coast. So how is Iran going to respond to this? We are bringing you live breaking news coverage. Oh, give me a quick second here. Hold on. I just saw something. Hang on a moment. Okay. BG Gamer says, I don't think this will ever end. In case you missed it, CENTCOM announced at 5 p.m. today, U.S. Central Command forces began launching more strikes against Iran to continue degrading their ability to attack civilian mariners and commercial ships freely transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The commander-in-chief has directed the strikes to hold Iranian forces accountable. CENTCOM has also told multiple outlets that within the last couple of hours, Iran fired at commercial ships in the Gulf. Also, I saw this earlier from the last couple hours. U.S. Central Command Iranian propaganda claimed today that 3 American service members were killed in Kuwait by strikes from Iran. False. Truth. There are 0 reports of U.S. service member deaths or injuries in the region. All personnel are accounted for. There was another fact check by Central Command about 9 hours ago. Claimed the Iranian commander for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy recently said on state-owned media that no foreign vessels may pass through the Strait of Hormuz without being identified, tracked, and monitored by Iranian forces. Fact, Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz, says the U.S. military. It remains an international waterway. U.S. forces are positioned and prepared to keep it that way. Oops, I just saw a report of possible new explosions. Shin reports 3 explosions in Mashhar province. Let's see what we're hearing about this. A statement from Iranian state media, ISNA, Ceasefire violation again. CENTCOM approves new round of military aggression against Iran, says Iran state media ISNA. Actually, ISNA is, I believe they're not strictly speaking state media, but as Wikipedia says, it's the Iranian Students News Agency, and it is financially supported in part by the Iranian government. Anyways, ISNA says CENTCOM claimed U.S. Central Command Forces have launched, that's according to Wikipedia, by the way, that they're financially supported in part by the Iranian government. CENTCOM claimed U.S. command forces have launched a new round of attacks against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. ISNA says this military aggression, which is considered the second violation of the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding by the American military, was carried out with the aim of reducing Iran's ability to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they're saying, that's what CENTCOM says. But they're calling it a new a ceasefire violation. Oh, update. New explosions. Look at the bottom there from Mer News. Several locations in Bebahan and Dezful were hit by projectiles fired by the American enemy. About 20 minutes ago, at 1:40 a.m., according to the deputy governor of Khuzestan, several locations in the counties of Bebahan and Dezful were hit by projectiles fired by the American army. We are currently assessing the damage to the affected areas, and a more detailed report will be released later. Let me show you where this is. Bebahan and Dezful. So Bebahan, the city, is there. That's in Khuzestan province. Oops, you can't see it. There's Bebahan. Again, not right on the coast, kind of near the coast. Then we have Dezful, also in Khuzestan province. There's Dezful, city in Khuzestan province. Again, western Iran, but not right on the coast. So, hang on a moment. We have more updates coming too. From Iran State Media Press TV, after they had reported unconfirmed reports of heavy explosions in Iran's southeastern city of Avaz following U.S. attacks. That might be a bad translation. Is it southeastern or is it southwestern? I thought it was southwestern. It's southwestern. Anyways, probably a bad translation. You can see at the bottom there, Deputy Governor of Markazi Province also confirms. Oh, no, wait. This is new. So on the top here, Avaz provincial official confirms U.S. strikes on two parts of Iran's southern city of Avaz. Now, this just got posted right now. Deputy Governor of Markazi Province also confirms U.S. strike on city of Khandab. That just got posted. So we are hearing about a bunch of strikes in a bunch of different locations in Iran by the U.S. Unconfirmed reports of more explosions in Bandar Abbas and Keshem Island. Just saw. Now, I don't know if this is true. It'll be interesting to see. You know, this is an account that I believe is affiliated with the Iranian military. Um, and they claim 4 minutes ago that a petrochemical complex in the Mashhad region has been targeted. Now, we don't know that. It would be a huge deal if the U.S. were to target a petrochemical complex and to start going after economic targets. That would be an escalation, and you'd expect Iran to escalate in return. I haven't heard confirmation of that, but that's certainly something to keep an eye on. Nothing in state media about that yet. It's something I think we would hear about in state media if it happened. Yeah, we talked about oil prices earlier. They opened when we checked. We checked a little while ago, and Brent crude was up about 4.5%. Now it's up about 4.23%. It opened. The markets opened since they were closed on Friday. WTI crude is up about 3%. Brent crude up about 4.25%. We are bringing you the latest updates here. But the fourth time in about a week that the U.S. has launched strikes against Iran. Update from Mayor News. We have an update here. Mayor News. 4 locations in Omidiyeh and Mashhar were targeted by airstrikes from American enemies. At 1:45 a.m. today, about 19 minutes ago, 4 locations in the counties of Omidiyeh, I don't know how to say it, Omidiyeh and Mashhar were hit by enemy projectiles. Relevant authorities are currently assessing potential damage, and further reports will be released subsequently. So this is Omidiyeh and Mashhar. Let's show you where that is. Mashhar is in Khuzestan province. That's going to be up here by the northern part of the Persian Gulf, not far from Kuwait and also from Iraq here. And Omidiyeh is also in Khuzestan province, Omidiyeh. You know, we've been hearing about a bunch of targets in Khuzestan province. That's up here. Strait of Hormuz is down here. That's interesting. So we've heard about Dezful, Avaz, Mashhar, where else? Omidiyeh. So we've heard about a bunch of places in Khuzestan province here being targeted, interestingly. We'll have to see if the approach is changing by the U.S. and what they're hitting in these strikes. Mer News just posted this. An explosion was heard in Khandab. The people of Khandab reported hearing 2 explosions in the city. A deputy governor said the sound heard was related to enemy projectiles in an area outside the city of Khandab. Just a reminder, Khandab is a city that's not a coastal city. Markazi province there, where the red marker is. Lollipop says, has Iran been attacking Kuwait from there? That I don't know. But speaking of Kuwait, I did want to mention something. Speaking of Kuwait, I wanted to mention something. Um, Kuwait, the Kuwaiti army today, this was very interesting. Look at what the Kuwaiti army said about 5 hours ago. This kind of went under the radar today. The Kuwaiti army about 5 hours ago said 3 northern land border centers in Kuwait were subjected to a criminal aggressive attack resulting in material damage. Additionally, one of the offshore drilling platforms affiliated with Kuwait Oil Company in Kuwaiti territorial waters was targeted by a hostile drone, resulting in material damage and the injury of one worker who was receiving the necessary medical care. Now, they don't say it, they don't use the word Iran in this post. It would seem that that's probably Iran who did it. But that seems like I haven't heard about Iran attacking another country's oil facilities in a while. And I don't know if that was when Iran launched its retaliation last night or what, but that seems quite significant, and I thought that was going a bit under the radar today. Strickler says that is an Iranian escalation targeting an oil rig. Yeah, and it seems like an escalation to me. And again, I just haven't heard it covered that much. But this is the Kuwaiti army posted that about 6 hours ago. Thanks, Shadowcross. Shadowcross says, seems like tonight's U.S. strikes are more severe. It's possible. I don't know. Thanks, Dylan Persian, who says, are these strikes as hard as yesterday? I can't tell. I don't know how many. Yesterday they said they targeted 140 things. Then the day before, in the last strike, they said 80 things. But it's not just the amount of places targeted. It's what they're targeting. We don't really know the nature of that right now. We'll have to see what the U.S. says and what Iran says and what we hear about. Thank you, Midwest Doug, and also Christine. Thank you, Midwest Doug, for your support. Also, Christine Arthurs, thanks for being a member. Mr. Dupa, thank you so much, Mr. Dupa. And Leela, thank you, Leela, as well. Thanks, BTC You Later, for 60 months of being a member. Thanks so much. That's really kind of you, BTC You Later. Mary Dean, thank you as well. We're bringing you the latest updates here on these new U.S. strikes. But we've seen a bunch of locations targeted, and not all locations, a bunch of locations not next to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Shin claimed, and I don't know that this is true, Shin, who I follow, claimed that here, let me show you. Let me show you what Shin said. Shin, who I follow, who reports on Iran, said, oops, that's not what I wanted to show you. Let's try this one more time. Now, Shin, who I follow, claimed that the IRGC's Miyanku Deputy of Logistics, Maziar Bobardak, has been targeted in Avaz. I don't know if that's true. I mean, we've heard of strikes in Avaz tonight. I don't know if a particular person has been targeted there, so we'll have to wait and see if we hear more. Our viewer Phoenix Rising says, sick of the Revolutionary Guard in their head games. Keshem Island, new explosions. New explosions right now reported in Bandar Abbas and Keshem Island. This is, I'm sorry, unconfirmed. I thought this was Iran state media. Unconfirmed reports I'm seeing from Ali BK. So we'll have to see. Ali BK says reports unconfirmed from Ali BK of Keshem Island and Bandar Abbas. Let's see if state media reports that as well. I just saw that posted. But I do want to mention here about we were talking about Khuzestan province, which is north of the northern part of the Persian Gulf, not next to the Strait of Hormuz. And I was saying we've been hearing about a lot of strikes in Khuzestan province. So look at what Iranian media ISNA just posted right now. Look at this. Iranian media ISNA said enemy attacks 5 cities in Khuzestan tonight. Areas around Avaz, Bebahan, Dezful, Omidyah, and Mashar have been attacked by American enemy projectiles. And again, this is not Strait of Hormuz adjacent. We're talking about places up here. There's Dezful here. Avaz is here. Mashar is here. So again, Strait of Hormuz is hundreds of miles away. And a bunch of these aren't even on the water, these targets. Again, Dezful, Avaz. Where's Omidyah again? Omidyah is there. So what's being targeted here in Khuzestan province? That's a question I have right now. And I don't know if are the targets, one of the viewers said in or around the cities. I don't know if it's right in the city or near the city that's been targeted. I don't have exact reports on what's being targeted exactly. Hey, thank you so much to Daniel Mulhern. Daniel, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your note as well. Daniel Mulhern, thank you for supporting the channel. This is interesting. I want to mention this as well. Both of these are actually interesting from Mayor State Media. So check this out from Mayor State Media. They also mentioned the number of cities hit in Khuzestan province. Deputy Governor of Khuzestan, they say 3 cities hit. The other post said 5 cities hit. But again, a number of cities hit in Khuzestan province so far. And then look at the bottom there. Actually, this is from Mayor State Media. They say some news sources claim that a number of American missiles fired towards Iran originated from Kuwait. Now, whether or not that's true, you have Iranian state media claiming, basically pointing out that they're hearing that Kuwait is helping the U.S., which could suggest something about what their response is going to be. Oh, this is from FARS, by the way. This is not from Mayor. I got confused. This is from FARS. Iran state media is highlighting reports that claim some American missiles are being fired at Iran from Kuwait. Something to keep an eye on. That may suggest that they might target Kuwait in some kind of increased way, Iran as retaliation. Mayor News did the same thing. Mayor News did the same thing. Look at this post at Mayor News. Same thing. Kuwait's alleged collaboration with the U.S. in the early morning attack on Iran. It's the same thing as FARS News. Another Iranian state media site mentioning Kuwait. Hang on a moment here. Five cities in Khuzestan have been hit in Khuzestan province have been targeted, have been attacked by the U.S. tonight, according to Iranian media. And Khuzestan, again, is like hundreds of miles from the Strait of Hormuz. Hang on. If you look here, I mean, Khuzestan province is up there. Khuzestan province is hundreds of miles from the Strait of Hormuz, and a number of these cities are inland. Unclear what is being targeted there. Oh, areas around, by the way, that post I want to mention, I think our viewer pointed this out and it's worth pointing out, that the post about Khuzestan said areas around these cities. It says 5 cities in Khuzestan are attacked, but then below that it says areas around those 5 cities were attacked, just to clarify. So that's something I'm wondering. I will say this: if you look here on Mirror News, new report, a couple new reports from Mirror News, a location in Andimeshk. This is also Khuzestan province. Wow. A 6th location in Khuzestan province is reported hit 20 minutes ago in the city of Andimeshk. Wow. What's happening in Khuzestan province? Has been hit by projectiles. Let's look at, where is this? Andimeshk. Again, that's Andimeshk is not on the coast. That's in western Iran too. 6th. Let me just get this posted here. Has been attacked by the U.S. according to Iran state media Mer. What is going on in Khuzestan province? Why do we have 6 different locations attacked there? Also, the deputy governor of Khuzestan province denied any reports of strikes hitting the Avaz airport. Important, 2 areas near Avaz's city limits have reportedly been hit. Sabra says, any casualties from this bombing? I have no idea. We do not know. And then look, Tasnim state media also mentions Khuzestan province. Tasnim state media. Some sources report hearing several explosions in various locations in Khuzestan province. Mi Panon says could be assistance to Iraq Kurd ground forces in western Iran. I don't know. I mean, I see no reporting suggesting that the U.S. somehow is looking for Kurd forces to get involved in Iran. As to protecting Iranian or some protecting them, I don't know about that. Is that something that the U.S. is conducting its bombing to do? I have no idea. Another viewer said, are any of those places in Khuzestan province sources of attacks on Kuwait? I don't know either. So I don't know what's going on there. It's an interesting question, but certainly noticeable that we're seeing those areas targeted. That seems to be a new focus tonight of these U.S. strikes. I need about 10 seconds. You guys can give me 10 seconds. That would be great. I'm going to put Khuzestan province on the screen for 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. All right, 10 seconds. All right, we're back. We're back. Now, one of our viewers, Stutz, thinks they're starting to take out oil infrastructure in Iran. Look, that's a big question. Is the U.S. attacking any kind of economic targets tonight? That would be a huge deal. That would be a huge deal, but we don't know that that's happening. Now, this account, again, I don't find it particularly reliable. I'm not going to rely on it. But this is an account on X that appears to be associated with the Iranian military in some sort of way. I can't confirm it, but that's from what I can tell, there's some association there. It claims in a post here from in the last minute, it says the war is spiraling out of control. The American airstrikes targeted strategic supply lines, vital ports, and critical infrastructure in southern Iran. Now, I don't know if that's true, but but it's possible. And that's going to be something where we'll know if that happens. I'm assuming you'll hear it from the U.S. and you'll hear it from Iran. We don't have that confirmed yet. That would be a huge deal. So we have to wait and see about that. That account is also claiming that another location in Khuzestan was hit. Let's see if that gets posted by state media. But I mean, look, this is the 4th time in the last week the U.S. has struck Iran after Iran targeted shipping in the Strait of Hormuz and going through the Strait of Hormuz. And it's the 6th time in the last roughly 2.5 weeks. So you have to wonder at some point, does one side or both sides switch up what they're doing? Now, I will say this, one of our viewers mentioned that a couple of our viewers have said things about Khuzestan province, which made me want to check this, so I appreciate you mentioning it. Wikipedia says Khuzestan is the major oil-producing region of Iran. It is the major oil-producing region of Iran and is one of the wealthiest provinces in Iran. So I don't know what's being targeted there. Khuzestan is home to Yadavar, oil field, which is a major oil field in itself and part of the disputed Al-Faqah field. Khuzestan hosts 80% of Iran's onshore oil reserves and 7% of Iran's total oil reserves, making it indispensable to the Iranian economy. Is the U.S. hitting oil facilities? That would be a huge deal. I don't know. We are bringing you the latest updates, trying to figure out what's going on with the new U.S. strikes. Are they escalating in some way? Are they targeting different types of things? Nathan Freeman, thank you. Nathan, our viewer, thinks they're going after missile launchers. Nathan thinks there's a missile city entrance in Khuzestan. That's what Nathan thinks. Thanks, Nathan, for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Bob Knuth. Also, Shadow 2 Cross, thank you. And our members, Dylan Persian, Shadow 2 Cross, and Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore. I want to shout out our moderators again, too. Oh, by the way, thanks to Big Dog Gaming and Kendra Fox for your support. Shout out to all of our moderators, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch. Huge thank you. And Ruth over there, Leslie Ladyhawk on YouTube, thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate for us on X. Over there on Rumble, thanks to our moderators over there, like K-Body and Lovey, who moderate for us over there. And also, by the way, our viewer G-Pop says, if it's from state media, is it confirmed? State media from Iran, I find them to be quite reliable if you're talking about reporting on stuff hit in Iran. I don't find state media to be reliable if they're claiming like grand successes by the Iranian military. I'm not going to rely on them for that. However, I do find them generally quite reliable when they talk about explosions in Iran. I mean, they don't gain a lot of benefit, the state media. They wouldn't gain a lot by reporting on targets being hit in Iran that weren't actually hit. You'd think they wouldn't want to report on that, if anything. So I do find them to be, if they say that a target in Iran has been hit, generally speaking, I find it to be reliable. I mean, you have to always, keep an eye on things and see what else you're hearing. That doesn't mean everything they say is reliable. Depends on what they're talking about. Our viewer, Rude V. Kupin, says preparation for invasion. Now, also thanks to our moderators over there on Facebook as well. I really appreciate it. Such as Paul Anderson and Kay Lowry Body. And thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. And all of our other moderators over there on Facebook. Sorry if I'm missing moderators. All right, now let's see here if we have new updates for you. All right, I do have an update here from Tasnim State Media about Avaz, which is in Khuzestan province, which we've been talking about. Here's what they have to say. Khuzestan province governorate. Avaz targeted by American enemy projectiles. Deputy Governor for Security and Law Enforcement of Khuzestan Province. At 1:35 a.m. today, about an hour ago, 2 locations near Avaz were targeted by American enemy projectiles. Further, at 1:40 a.m., areas in the counties of Bebahan and Dezful were hit in Khuzestan Province. And at 1:45 a.m., 4 locations in the counties of Omidaya and Mashar, also in Khuzestan province, were targeted by the enemy. Relevant authorities are currently assessing the damage to the affected areas. That's 5 different locations in Khuzestan province. I believe earlier we talked about a 6th as well that was being reported in state media too. Yes, Mer News had reported that Andy Meshk in Khuzestan province had also been targeted. Seeing some other unconfirmed reports of new explosions, but I'll have to wait and see what we hear. By the way, Barak Ravid posted saying, over the last 24 hours, around 20 commercial vessels have transited through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with the U.S. military, in addition to several vessels that have transited without U.S. coordination. So remember, before the war, about 130 vessels a day would go through the Strait of Hormuz. But again, Barak Ravid said, over the last 24 hours, around 20 commercial vessels have transited through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with the U.S. military, in addition to several vessels that have transited without U.S. coordination, a U.S. official said. Now remember, Iran has said repeatedly that any ship going through the strait needs to be coordinated with Iran. They have said that ships not coordinating with Iran are not allowed to go through the strait. We saw CENTCOM has told multiple outlets today that Iran, several hours ago, fired on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. We have had Iran attack over the last few weeks, I want to say about 7 or 8 ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and hit them. So, again, we have the U.S. insisting the strait is open. Iran is insisting the strait is closed. And that's going to lead, look, that's going to lead to further conflict if that's the case. Shin is claiming that the head of Khuzestan province's Special Ops Communication Unit was eliminated at Avaz airport. That's what Shin is claiming. I don't know if that is true. But this is just a recipe for conflict, the way things are right now. Because the U.S. keeps bringing ships through the strait, and Iran says, we're going to attack ships that come through the strait. Give me a second here. Yeah, oil it's been pretty steady since it opened this morning. I mean, oil has been open for an hour now. I mean, it's pretty much at where it opened. It's up about 4.2% since Friday, but over the last hour, it really is not. It's actually a little. I think it opened. I mean, it's hard to tell here, but it looks like it's a little lower than when it opened. So it's not like on this steady rise for the last hour. It opened higher and it stayed that way, but it's kind of staying the same right now. That was from TradingView. Give me a quick moment here. Give me a quick moment. Michelle thinks Iran is attacking other states in the area, hoping that the states will think the destruction of their countries is not worth their relation with the U.S. That's what Michelle Lauzon thinks. Yeah, something. Thanks for reminding me, Misfit Studio. Misfit Studio reminded me. I'd forgotten about this. That Trump did post. What was it? A couple hours ago, he posted pictures of bombers. So look, I mean, all kinds of things get posted on his account. So frequently, there's lots of photos and videos posted, which I don't think he's personally posting. I don't think he sits there and posts memes all day. So there was a photo of some bombers, a bomber and a fighter next to the Washington Monument and that on his account. But I don't know if that's President Trump posting it and saying, hey, post this, or it's just one of the many photos and videos posted during the day. I can't say, I don't know. So I don't read as much to it if it's just like one of the flood of, memes that gets posted or photos and videos. Fatux Network mentioned that the New York Times had a report. Hang on a second here. So the New York Times said about an hour ago, a U.S. official said to expect a bigger wave of American attacks against Iranian military targets tonight than the strikes earlier in the day. But I don't know if the strikes earlier in the day, he means the ones last night, or he means because it was reported, but not confirmed by CENTCOM, that there was a smaller group of strikes in the Strait of Hormuz area hours ago. So I don't know if when you say bigger than earlier in the day, do you mean the ones we were covering last night or the smaller ones in between that? I don't know. We'll have to see. We have a new. Wow. Hold on a second. I think we have more areas in Khuzestan province hit. Shahdagan is in Khuzestan province. Abadan. Wow. 2 new areas hit in Khuzestan province, according to Iranian state media. News update. Areas in Abadan in the vicinity of Shadagan were hit by enemy projectiles. The deputy governor of Khuzestan province, about 20 minutes ago, areas in the counties of Abadan and Shadagan provinces were hit. Shadagan counties. No, Abadan areas in the areas in counties of Abadan and Shadagan in Khuzestan province were struck by projectiles fired by American enemy. Two more areas in Khuzestan province reported hit by American strikes. Abadan and the vicinity of Abadan and Shadagan. That makes 8 areas in Khuzestan province reported hit so far by Iranian state media. What is going on in Khuzestan province, which is the major oil producing, it's the leading oil producing province in Iran. If I have that right. Hold on. Just want to. It is the, double checking here, we looked at this before. According to Wikipedia, it is the major oil producing region of Iran. Khuzestan province. So we just heard about Shadagan and Abadan. Where are those? Can I find them? I'm sure I can find them. I was going to see if I could find them without searching for them, but I can't. I don't seem to be able to. Abadan is here. There's Abadan. Abadan there. And the other one is, which one was the other one? Oops. Shadagan. Not that far from Khuzestan. Oops, you can't see what I'm looking at. Sorry. There is Shadagan. Hold on a second. It's a little hard to see when you have the map in this view. Shadagan is there. And Abadan is here. Again, this is hundreds of miles from the Strait of Hormuz. This is all kind of close to Iraq and Kuwait up here. 8 different areas reported hit in Khuzestan province. Then another report of a different location, it looks like to me, but not Khuzestan, I don't think. Bandar Kamir. Fars News state media, no injuries have been reported in the Bandar Kamir so far, and the sounds that were heard may have originated from the sea. Oh, interesting. Originated from the sea? What's that about? Let's see. Kamir. So that is near the Strait of Hormuz. Look at this. Bandar Kamir. Near Keshem Island. Okay. Near the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran state media sounds heard near Bandar Kamir may have originated from the sea. I mean, is there fighting going on the water? I don't know. Trying to get you the latest updates here. Aleph, who I follow, says that unofficial Iranian channels claim that a number of Revolutionary Guard positions and barracks and missile bases and defense facilities have been hit. I don't know if that's true. Let's check out here. Some people have asked about Flight Radar 24. Give me a moment here. Flight Radar 24, we're not going to see all the U.S. planes. Sometimes you see more than others available on Flight Radar. That right there is what? That looks like a refueling aircraft right there. There's one flying around to the west of the Strait of Hormuz right there. Boeing KC-46A Pegasus. I mean, we see these craft flying around when there's not fighting going on too. That's a refueling and strategic transport aircraft. What else are people tracking? That's one right there, a strato tanker there. You can go to Flight Radar 24. Oh, there's two. What are there? Two of them flying around here? Hold on. That one there is flying around, refueling craft. Where's the other one? Wait, there's Flyer 41. Flyer 41 is there. Then where's Flyer 42? Oh. There's Flyer 42. Where's multi-select? Am I logged in? I should be logged in. Where is multi-select? Oh, I found it. I did it. Okay, here we go. Now you can see those are two different refueling tankers flying in ovals there, roughly ovals, in the Persian Gulf area there right now. Anyways, you can check out, go to flightradar24.com and check that out if you want. Actually, what I can probably do is do this. Do they have a list for NA? Or do they have, I can do a military filter. Filter for military. Yeah, so this is a military filter. We can just see military. And again, I can't read into all this because, we have planes up there various times. There's one there, a tanker. There's one there, which we already showed you. There's one there, which we showed you. There's this one circling here too. There's a refueling tanker circling over here on the east side of the Gulf of Oman. That is a tanker there. Then that is not a tanker. That's Qatari Air Force, that one there. Then there's that. I mean, there could be all kinds of other planes in the area too. I'm sure there are that we just don't see. Anyways, you can go and filter for the military planes on Flight Radar 24 if you want. Flightradar24.com. Hang on a second here. I am seeing right now, when are these from? Vahid Online, who passes along reports from Iran, said about 40 minutes ago he got reports of attacking in Dezful, two attacks in Dezful, Khuzestan province. He's actually posted a bunch of reports of, in the last hour or two, of attacks on Khuzestan province. Hey, thanks, Mark Westbrook, our member. Ken Alloway, our member. Chappie54, our member. Thank you. Thank you, Samantha Reynoso. Has there been any indication that Iran is moving military assets out of Khuzestan to other provinces? I haven't heard this. I don't know what information the U.S. government has. I have not heard that report. Thank you again, Samantha Reynoso. Thanks also, Ken Alloway again. And let me just take a quick second to shout out our Twitch subscribers, people like Wall Street and Shaggy and Gonzalez. Gonzalez says, if only they showed the drones on flight radar. I'm the Batman. Thanks for subscribing, Justin D. Winters. And Dow Theme, thanks for subscribing. And all of our other subscribers over there on Twitch. CC, thanks for subscribing. And thanks to our YouTube members, I want to give them a quick shout out. People like, oh, and thanks also for Roberts Mayqueen, who I missed before, who was modding. Thanks, Roberts Mayqueen. Tim M6, Evelyn in Maine, subscribe. Thanks for subscribing, for being members on YouTube. Darcy Dudat, Joe Bishop, thanks for being members. Lake Hay, Lieutenant Coach Bill Kilgore, and all of our other YouTube members. Thank you. All right, let's try to get you some more updates. Waiting for an official statement about from Iran. Of course, there's going to be some Iranian response to this. Also, more about what's being attacked. Very interested in that. And why so many strikes in Khuzestan province? At this point, we don't know. Questions, but numerous cities attacked, and including numerous areas in Khuzestan province. RVVNNT thinks it looks like refinery and logistics hubs. We'll have to wait and see. Khuzestan, again, is the major oil-producing region of Iran. Are we seeing a U.S. escalation today in their strikes on Iran? And if you missed it, the U.S. claims, reports say the U.S. claims that Iran attacked several hours ago. Iran launched strikes attempting to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Been a few minutes since we heard anything new from Iranian state media. Jim Sween thinks Iran is preparing a massive counterstrike. That I don't know. I did again find this very interesting today, and I don't know. I feel like it should have been more reported on. Very strange. The Kuwaiti army did announce about, was it about 6 hours ago? About 7 hours ago. 3 northern land border centers in the country of Kuwait were subjected to a criminal aggressive attack resulting in material damage. Additionally, one of the offshore drilling platforms affiliated with the Kuwait Oil Company in Kuwait territorial waters was targeted by a hostile drone, resulting in material damage and the injury of one worker who is receiving the necessary medical care. What's that about? Sounds like an Iranian attack. They don't say who did it in the post. So I don't know what that's about. No, I don't have images from strikes right now. I usually don't get, well, once in a while you see things floating around, which I don't have the rights to, but I haven't seen much floating around about this tonight. But nothing I can show you anyway. Okay, I have an update here from Khuzestan province, that major oil producing region of Iran. Here's an update from Iran state media IRNA on Khuzestan province. Khuzestan province governor's security deputy. Several locations in various cities of the province were targeted by American enemy projectiles. The deputy Valiala Hayati, the deputy governor for security and law enforcement of Khuzestan province, said early Monday morning, several locations in the counties of Avaz, Omidyah, Mashhar, Babahan, Dezful, Andimeshk, Abadan, and the areas surrounding Shadagan, 8 areas were targeted by enemy projectiles from the U.S. The assessment of potential damages is ongoing. In Avaz, 2 locations near the city limits were hit, and any reports of strikes on Avaz airport are false. Furthermore, in one location in Andimeshk, several locations in the counties of Bebahan and Dezful, 4 locations in Omidyah and Mashhar, and also locations in Abadan and the areas surrounding Shadagan were hit. So what was hit? Authorities are currently assessing potential damages and targeting and investigating the relevant of the affected areas. Further reports will be released after the initial assessments are completed. Sorry, I can't talk. Wow. What happened in Khuzestan province? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Khuzestan province official confirms U.S. strikes have hit 8 different areas, have hit targets in 8 different parts of Khuzestan province. Wow. So what is happening in Khuzestan province? Why were all these areas hit so far? Again, that's hundreds of miles from the Strait of Hormuz. Most of those places are not on the coast. Shin, who I follow, reports that there's jet activity over Tehran and AA area activity over eastern Tehran. Unconfirmed report from Shin. Mike Rad thinks Trump is all in now. U.S. portable toilet says Trump is going all out. Just wait and be scared. Stutz says this could go on for weeks. Some of our viewers think it's going to go on for a lot longer than that. We're waiting to hear more about what is going on. And of course, I would definitely expect retaliation strikes from Iran. Linda Pelleteri says this could go on for as long as the Ukraine-Russia war. Hey, thanks to Hastings Crew. I really appreciate it. Hastings Crew thinks there is no simple solution to all this. It's become a big mess. Thanks also, Chris C233. Yeah, we already mentioned the Mitch McConnell statement earlier. I'll talk about it more later. We talked about it earlier on the stream that Mitch McConnell's office released a statement, a printed statement from him. So we'll talk about that a little more in a little bit. Thank you, Chris C. I appreciate that. Chris C233. Thanks also, Kenny E80. Kenny says, well, it's been going on this war for 5 months already. Almost. Thanks, Sabra. Sabra says, I hope we don't send ground troops. Thank you, Chappie54 and Ken Alloway and Mark Westbrook. We haven't heard of new explosions, haven't heard much from Iranian state media in a little while. So I don't know what's going on. Waiting to hear more. Maybe some reporting about what was actually hit in Iran. Why have so many places in Khuzestan province, the leading oil producing province in Iran, why have so many places there been attacked? I don't know if it's, I don't know if that has anything, the oil industry has anything to do with that. I've seen some unconfirmed reporting online suggesting that there might be some power outages in some parts of Iran. It's not really clear in different cities they talk about, but it's not really reliable. If I see anything more reliable, I'll let you know. Just a couple of areas. I mean, at a certain point, it wouldn't be surprising given how many strikes we've been hearing about, but no alerts right now in other countries. Stan Benner thinks it sounds more and more like a quagmire every day. Yes, definitely noticed that the last few minutes we haven't heard much more from Iranian state media. I do wonder if we might get some sort of Iranian response soon. What I should do, give me a moment here. While I have a second, guys, here is the, hold on, here is the statement from Mitch McConnell. Really quick. I'll just kind of go through it quickly here. Senator Mitch McConnell, who has been in the hospital for several weeks and there's not been a lot of information about how he's doing. Statement from Mitch McConnell. It's a printed statement from his it's from his office. When you elected me to a seventh term and made me our Commonwealth's longest-serving senator, you did so trusting I'd keep showing up to fight for you every day. And over the past several weeks, Elaine and I have appreciated both your well wishes and honest questions about what was keeping me away from the Senate. You all know for how folks of my generation often hesitate to share the vulnerability that comes with growing older. Even in the public eye, I feel that same instinct. I can't help it. But at the same time, I've had more than my share of experience with physical vulnerabilities, surviving childhood polio, meant spending my entire life with mobility challenges. They haven't exactly gotten easier to manage with age. And last month, I took a fall, which landed me in the hospital. My doctors have confirmed that I didn't break any bones or suffer a concussion. I didn't have a heart attack or a stroke. I don't have any tumors or hemorrhages, but I was briefly unconscious and was taken to the hospital. While receiving excellent care over the past several weeks, I've also had to deal with a mild case of pneumonia. I can assure you, I've been a good patient. At my age, I tend to do what my doctors tell me to do. I've submitted to every test I can think of to help figure out what caused this incident, and I'm continuing to do everything they ask to speed my recovery. In fact, with signs of continued progress, I've been able to move from the hospital to a rehabilitation center where I'll keep regaining my strength. As much as it frustrates me, this process takes time, and on the advice of my doctors, I won't be able to return to the Senate floor quite yet. But rest assured that in the meantime, I'm not taking a break from the Senate business that matters to you. I've been working very closely with my legislative staff on current issues, and my Kentucky team who help me provide timely constituent services across our Commonwealth. I've also been keeping in touch with my Senate colleagues on the appropriations process, midterm politics, and everything in between. Okay. You're right to expect your representatives to work hard for you, and part of my decision to retire at the end of this term, end of my term this coming January, was being honest about the demands of Senate work. But I still have unfinished business to complete on your behalf, and I have every intention of finishing the job you elected me to do. I'll keep working hard to get back on the Senate floor as soon as possible, and I'll keep you posted on the progress of my recovery. Until then, I'm so grateful for your praise and well wishes. And his office said, Senator McConnell. From the Office of the Attending Physician, Senator McConnell has experienced several falls throughout the year that have been attributed to his post-polio condition. He was admitted to the hospital 4 weeks ago after falling at home and sustaining minor injuries. A comprehensive evaluation by the multidisciplinary team determined he had no fractures, cardiac abnormalities, stroke, tumor, or hemorrhage. Early in his hospitalization, he developed pneumonia, which responded rapidly to antibiotic treatment. The remainder of his hospital stay focused on physical therapy and strategies to reduce his risk of future falls. He has been medically cleared to continue fully participating in his intensive physical therapy program. I'm going to post a link to this. Now, certainly I find it first of all, I wish him the best in his recovery and hope he can recover soon. Second of all, I do think it's noticeable that this is he did not make this statement on camera or record it, right? Or even in audio, it's a printed statement. I don't know what to make of that. But again, I wish him the best and wish him the speediest of recoveries. There's also a photo, but that photo was the photo was released to some journalists. Hold on, let's see if I have it right here. We're going to get back to the Iran stuff right now, but just give me 1 second here. Hold on. Yeah, Julie Sirkin with NBC News, she said that this statement was sent out, and you can see a photo there in the statement. It's a statement we read, but the one she got had a photo in it. You can see of Mitch McConnell right there with his wife, Elaine. Well, I wish him the best. Our viewer TM816 says, growing old isn't easy. Everyone, if they are lucky, will struggle one day in old age, says TM816. All right, hold on a second. Let's get back now. So I want to give you that update. Now let's get back to Iran. I am not seeing anything new yet from Iranian state media. I'm looking here. No new reports of strikes from Iranian state media, or really much of anything from Iranian state media at this point. But a large number of strikes have been reported over the last couple of hours. Yeah, because right now the U.S. said that they started the strikes at 5 Eastern time. Right now it's 7:49 Eastern time. So again, the U.S. announced more strikes, and then a short time after, U.S. military told several news outlets that Iran had, before the strikes, tried to attack ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. No word on any of Iran's attacks were successful. The U.S. military told multiple news outlets that they had shot down an Iranian drone and an Iranian missile. And as we've been telling you, 8 different areas in Iran's Khuzestan province, the major oil producing region in Iran, have been among the targets tonight. 8 different areas in Khuzestan province, which is not near the Strait of Hormuz. Many of these targets aren't even on the coast. So what is going on? Why is so many targets in Khuzestan province by the U.S. tonight? Because the U.S. said in their statement that they had launched strikes to continue degrading Iran's ability to attack civilian mariners and commercial ships freely transiting the Strait of Hormuz, and also to hold Iranian forces accountable. So why all of these strikes tonight in the Khuzestan province? We're waiting to see. It is currently, by the way, you know what I should have on the screen is, don't know why I don't have it on the screen right now. I meant to. Oops. Where are we? There. Iran time is 3:21 a.m. Sean Hayes thinks the targets are to cripple rail and also bridges and transport of munitions to the coastline. That's what Sean Hayes thinks. Incubus Dragon says a land insertion. I haven't heard anything about that. But I don't know. I haven't heard much about any. I mean, there's a lot we don't know about tonight. How's Iran going to respond? We haven't gotten another statement from the U.S. yet. We will see what we hear. Waiting for more. We're waiting for more. Power plant? I haven't heard any reports of power plants being attacked tonight. We don't know. We've been very, very little in Iranian media about what's been actually attacked tonight. Not a lot of details. Hang on. I will say, Erna says claims of power outage across Avaz is false, for whatever it's worth. Avaz is in Khuzestan province. Erna, Iran state media. An investigation by an Erna reporter shows that the claim circulating on social media about a power outage across the city of Avaz is not true, and the city is in a normal state. Citizens are requested to only follow news related to the electricity grid from official sources and to refrain from sharing rumors and unverified news on social media. Cold Truth thinks Trump will announce another ceasefire on Truth Social at 3 a.m. Brent crude is basically the same as it was 2 hours ago. It opened about 4.25% higher, so 4.5% higher, and it's basically there. So it is higher than it was on Friday, Brent crude oil. If you're wondering about stock futures, Dow futures are, down a very small amount, maybe 0.1%, it looks like. I'm just eyeballing it here. S&P futures, they're up, but like less than 0.1%. And NASDAQ futures down, but maybe by about 0.4%. Not huge differences in the futures we're talking about right now. That's from tradingview.com. Give me a moment here. Waiting to get you more, and strangely lack of information the last little bit here. Of course, we're expecting some sort of response from Iran. We're expecting to hear more from Iran. We're expecting to hear more from the US. Quiet at the moment. So what is happening, guys? What is happening? All of a sudden, it just kind of went quiet. All of a sudden, we have. It's interesting. There's a real lack of posting from Iranian state media and a lack of updates, kind of all of a sudden. So I don't know what's happening. Pioneer Twin says bombing over. We don't know. There could be more U.S. strikes. We don't know. The U.S. hasn't said that. They haven't. At some point, they'll say it's over. TUI thinks Iran is getting destroyed. Again, this is the fourth time the U.S. has attacked Iran in a week. And I think it's the sixth time in about 2.5 weeks, if I have the dates correct, that the U.S. has attacked Iran after Iran attacked ships attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz. As soon as I see any more updates here, I will let you know. Ali BK is claiming that the U.S. hit an airport in Khuzestan, Al Ahmadiyya Airport. I don't know that that's the case. That's what Ali BK says. So that I don't know if it's the case. Ali BK3 on Telegram. I'll try to show you where that is. I can't find it. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, Ahmadiyya Air Base. It's also called. Okay. It's like an Iranian Air Force base. I can't find it though on. There's Ahmadiyya Air Base Road. Oh, here it is. Okay. So Ali BK on Telegram, who I follow, is claiming that Iran, that U.S. one of the things they struck was this air base, which is also known as Agjajari Airport, but it's also known as an Ahmadiyya Air Base. I don't know if they did strike this area. We'll have to wait if we hear more. No freshwater dives, no Iranian counterattack yet. I fully expect one to happen, but we have not heard of anyone yet. And also, we don't even have any kind of official Iranian response to what happened. Also, no real accounting from Iran about what got damaged, what got hit. So again, there are a couple of unconfirmed reports floating around that claim that one thing that was struck was this air base. Airport/air base outside of Ahmadiyya. And I don't know that that's the case, but I'll let you know if I hear more. Jack Liga Videos thinks Karg Island is in the crosshairs. It is strange, though, how quiet everything got in terms of the reports coming out all of a sudden. I'll post a link in the chat to a video and a photo that Ali ABK posted, which I cannot verify, but claiming to be of a fire at that air base after it was supposedly hit. I just posted the link in the chat if you want to check it out. Yeah, the only thing I've seen lately from Iranian state media is a couple reports that say that there actually is no power outage in the city of Avaz. That's about it. Hey, thanks so much, by the way, too, Danolicious. Hey, Danolicious, that's so nice of you. Thanks, Danolicious. I really appreciate that. Also, I am Charlie. I am Charlie says, why not show McConnell's face in the statement? Well, I mean, I think you mean like, why not? Why is it written and not, video or something? Well, sounds like he's still recovering. So, but I mean, I certainly noticed that too. The McConnell statement. If you missed it, we read the statement from McConnell. That was a written statement issued today. Thanks, I am Charlie. Thanks, Lobster Bobster. Lobster Bobster says it feels notable we haven't seen any waves of missile attacks on Israel. You'd think that have started back up. I mean, I guess you might say cost benefit. I mean, I don't, I think it's interesting, but Iran might feel, hey, if Israel's not attacking us now, why bother firing missiles at them? They might think that it's again cost versus benefit. What do they get out of it versus what's the cost? Is it really going to bring them much benefit? Given, would they be able to like fire enough missiles that would get through to actually change things significantly? I don't know that that's the case, and they might not think that's the case. Thanks, Marks0115 for being a member. Thanks again, Lobster Bobster. Least trustworthy weasel. Thanks also Radio Guy Sean for subscribing on Twitch, Mula D for subscribing on Twitch, CC for your support on Twitch, Big Dog Gaming and Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch, Ivory John, thanks for subscribing as well. All right, we're waiting to get more for you guys here. Pretty quiet at the moment with updates from Iran. Sure we'll be getting more at some point. Fars News State Media Iran just posted a story the day the ovens of Qum baked motherly treats. That's not about the war. Vahid posted some more photos. I'll post the link in the chat. Vahid posted photos and a couple videos that supposedly show that this airport/air base in Omadia, Khuzestan, was attacked. Again, I don't know that it was. Very well might have been. Now remember, pretty much every time Iran will, when we have this, if Iran attacks shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, and then the U.S. strikes Iran, Iran will fire strikes back. Iran will fire strikes at U.S. targets in surrounding countries, and they'll say, if the U.S. keeps doing this, the response will be even more intense. So could Iran try to intensify their response tonight? We'll have to see. Tanks a Lot says it's a tennis match. Animal Audio Quest thinks the U.S. is gearing up a second wave. Hey, thanks to JSpike96. I really appreciate that, JSpike. Thank you. Also, Nicam3435. Thank you. Also, VIP ULJO Connie 92 for being a member. What is going on, guys? What's happening? Waiting for updates. What I'm going to do really quick, while I have a chance here, we're going to keep covering this live and see what we hear next. Thanks to Warheads on Foreheads, who says the terrorist state of Iran will surrender soon. Thanks also Nicam. Nicam says, why does Iran strike at night? Well, I mean, usually what happens is, it seems to me that usually the U.S. strikes at night and then Iran strikes back at night. At least lately. If my memory serves me correctly. I don't know why it's always that way. All right, I need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. We're going to keep an eye on the updates. We're waiting to hear more about what was damaged in Iran. Are there going to be more U.S. strikes? How does Iran respond to these new U.S. strikes? So give me a minute. I'm coming right back. Thank you for your patience. Sorry about that. We are back. We are covering the fourth time in a week the U.S. has launched strikes on Iran. We're waiting to hear more about what got hit, whether the U.S. will carry out more strikes, how the Iran's going to respond, and here's another report of all we've heard lately from Iranian state media is denying reports of power outages. Here's another report denying power outages. This is from IRNA. Oops, that's from IRNA. Stability of the Khuzestan power grid. No area in Khuzestan province is experiencing blackouts. Field reports from a reporter indicate that currently no area in Khuzestan province is experiencing power outages, and the power grid is stable. Therefore, reports circulating about power outages due to attacks or any other reason are false and unsubstantiated. Again, a noteworthy thing about the attacks by the U.S. tonight is that apparently, according to Iran state media, 8 different locations in Iran's major oil-producing region, Khuzestan province. Targets have been hit in at least 8 different areas of Khuzestan province. Why so much focus tonight on Khuzestan province, which is hundreds of miles from the Strait of Hormuz? A number of these targets are not even near the coast. It is the major oil-producing region in the country. These days of war says sunrise in about 1 hour. Well, maybe it depends on where you are, but for example, Tehran sunrise is 4:59 a.m. It's currently 3:49 a.m. there right now. So basically, yes. And I fully expect that there'll be some Iranian response, but no word on that either. Got very quiet all of a sudden. Mark Saint says the deal is off. We don't hear talk about negotiations anymore. What about the negotiations on Iran's enriched uranium? And I don't know that there's any negotiations going on right now. Christopher Severs is wondering if it's a likely location that missiles are being launched at Gulf countries. I do not know. Thank you, Steffi481. I really appreciate it. Steffi says, evidently the IRGC doesn't view hitting a civilian ship as an aggressive act. Thanks also, SNN, for your support. Hey, I wanted to thank also our viewer on Facebook. Sorry. Oops. And now I'm going to hear myself twice. Sorry. Thanks to Leslie Blessing for the Facebook stars. Hang on. And also, thanks so much to Patrick Wyden and Darlene Carrick. Thanks for the Facebook stars over there. Leslie Blessing, Patrick Wyden, and Darlene Carrick. Nothing new from President Trump about these strikes. I think there might have been an Iranian foreign ministry statement earlier today. Let's see if I can find that. I'm not seeing one here, actually. Not to say there wasn't, but I'm not seeing one in their social media. Oh. Here's something the Iranian foreign ministry spokesman posted today. Esmail Baghai. Esmail Baghai, Iran foreign ministry spokesperson. So the Secretary General of the UN said he is deeply concerned by the serious escalation and renewed military confrontations in the Gulf, including the Iranian attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Esmail Baghai, Iranian foreign ministry spokesman, said, Mr. Spokesperson for the Secretary General of the UN, this is not a military confrontation. It is the continuation of a blatant and unprovoked act of aggression initiated on the 28th of February by the United States and Israel. Iran does not attack. Iran's strikes on U.S. military bases and assets stationed in the southern Persian Gulf constitute a legitimate and lawful exercise of its inherent right to self-defense under international law. You should urge the countries in question to immediately cease allowing the United States to continue to use their territories as launch pads for aggression against Iran. It is far from responsible to blame Iran for defending its sovereignty, while failing to hold the aggressors accountable for their egregious violation of international law. By the way, he says, it is Persian Gulf. Please be loyal to UN directives, notably on 18 August 1994 and May 1999, May 14, 1999, mandating the use of the full term Persian Gulf in all UN texts, instead of saying the Gulf. I think the Trump administration likes calling it the Gulf of Arabia, if I have that right. Still nothing more out of Iran at the moment. Waiting to hear more. Quiet for the moment. U.S. Rights and Freedom says, meanwhile, IRGC violates international laws and attacks civilian ships in the Straits, which are war crimes. And Rockin says the military has called it the Arabian Gulf for the last 35 years. Is that true? I'll have to look that up. Skoll thought the statement by Iran was an accurate depiction of the events that began with our unprovoked attack. There's a whole article on Wikipedia about the Persian Gulf naming dispute, which you can read. The name Persian Gulf has been in use since at least the 10th century by Arab historians and geographers in connection with the emergence of pan-Arabism and Arab nationalism in the 1960s. The usage of Arabian Gulf, as well as just the Gulf, increased. Oh, is this even about the U.S.? There's Iranian viewpoint. Iran uses only the term Persian Gulf and does not usually recognize the naming when it is referred to as Arabian Gulf or just the Gulf. Gulf Cooperation Council states prefer the use of the term Arabian Gulf. Interesting. Since about 1991, due to increased cooperation with Arab states of the Persian Gulf, various branches of the U.S. Armed Forces have issued directives to their members to use the Arabian Gulf. In May 2025, during the Iran-US negotiations and ahead of his visit to the Middle East that month, President Trump contemplated U.S. federal agencies using Arabian Gulf or Gulf of Arabia, but abandoned the proposal due to opposition from Iran. It says here the U.S. National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, GeoNet Name Server, GNS, is the, quote, official repository of standard spellings of all foreign place names sanctioned by the Board of Geographical Names. That lists Persian Gulf as the conventional name along with 16 variant names, including Arabian Gulf. Anyways, you can read more about that at Wikipedia, Persian Gulf naming dispute. Thank you, by the way, to Hotfix92. Thanks, Hotfix. Four out of the last 4 days in the past week, Iran, we have U.S. Launching strikes against Iran. After Iran apparently, allegedly attacked. We don't know about tonight. Well, Iran hasn't admitted tonight yet, but I believe all the other nights Iran admitted that they had attacked shipping in the Strait of Hormuz or going through the Strait of Hormuz as the U.S. alleged. But 4 times in a week. 4 times in a week. Now, the U.S. has not said their strikes have ended. No statement from the U.S. saying that. We usually get one. Shadow2Cross wrote to me on X and said, a lot of strikes tonight. Not sure if this escalates or not. Hit a nuclear site and killed an IRGC official? No. There's some rumors floating around online. None of that has been confirmed at all. Nothing like that's been confirmed at all. Yeah, nothing, Bluebird softball cookie, nothing new from Trump about this attack, about this round of attacks. Taxstick says, do you think the U.S. will strike again even before Iran has a chance to respond? Don't know. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. We are waiting to hear more, guys. Strangely quiet from Iranian state media and CENTCOM. Nothing. We're not hearing anything. I'm not hearing new reports from American media. Very quiet right now. Okay, I have an update. News update from Iran state media. Look at this. One dead and 4 injured in attack on Mashhad in Khuzestan province, according to Iran state media IRNA. The deputy governor of Khuzestan for security and law enforcement stated, following the attack by the American enemy Monday morning, which resulted in a projectile hitting a water pumping station for agricultural use in the city of Mashhad, one person was martyred and 4 others were dead, where 4 others were injured. The individual who was martyred in this attack was a security guard at the facility. I cannot confirm this claim. The condition of the injured is being monitored by medical services. So, Iranian official, 1 dead and 4 injured claims U.S. claims a U.S. strike tonight hit a water pumping station for agricultural use in Mashhad, Khuzestan province, killing a security guard and injuring 4 others. So, again, I can't verify that. So again, the Iranian official says a projectile hit a water pumping station for agricultural use in the city of Mashhad, and 1 person, a security guard, was killed and 4 others injured. Again, I cannot verify that claim. Okay. SB says the Iranians lie, so we can't believe anything they say. Yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised if people were hurt and killed in these strikes. I just don't know. Is there ever video of these strikes? I don't have any video of it. Once in a while, the U.S. releases a video of some strikes in Iran. Hang on a moment here. UFO thinks America is running out of places to bomb, so just doing random attacks. Still no update, nothing more from CENTCOM. I haven't seen anything from President Trump on this. Not even more reporting in American media about anything on the American side. Nothing from Iran yet, official statement about more about, I mean, other than what I just showed you about these attacks. Nothing yet from Iran about responding. We're waiting to hear more. Ali Hashem with Al Jazeera thinks the U.S. strikes tonight were the most serious escalation since the ceasefire collapsed on July 8th. I guess of the last 4 times in the past week. But says day 135 of this forever war. Fars News has the same report about a security guard at a water pumping station in Khuzestan. Well, they're quoting the same official, Deputy Governor of Khuzestan, following an attack by the American enemy early Monday morning and the impact of a projectile on an agricultural water pumping station in the city of Mashhar. A guard at the facility was martyred and 4 others were injured. The claim is the condition of the injured is being monitored by rescue and medical services. Same report we heard from the other state media outlet. Steamboat Sam says, this isn't a new war. We're just finishing what Iran started in the last 47 years. God bless President Trump. Hey, thanks, Susan Ray Silvestri, for your support. And thanks for shouting out the moderators. Press TV, another Iranian state media outlet, has the same report about the 1 killed and several injured in that alleged strike by the U.S. on a water pumping station. expecting at some point some sort of Iranian response. Casey Steve, that is so generous of you. Wow, that is really nice of Casey Steve. Thank you so much for your generous support of the channel, Casey Steve. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of Casey Steve. Worker B says, so tired of this mess. Hang on a moment here. Oil prices are up a little more now. So this is tradingview.com. So Brent crude oil, again, oil market opened back up about 3 hours ago after being closed over the weekend. It's up about, Brent crude is up about 5% right now. WTI crude is up about 4% on the day, just in the last, well, remember, the market was closed since Friday. It opened again about 3 hours ago. Thanks, Higher Ed Educator. Thank you, Higher Ed Educator. I appreciate it. Hang on a moment. Where is this coming from? Hold on. Give me a moment. I saw a report and I don't know where that's coming from. Okay. CNN posted 7 minutes ago that the strikes are ongoing. Now, I haven't heard about anything new in a while. CNN posted 7 minutes ago, Zachary Cohen, U.S. strikes are ongoing after more than 3 hours. They say a relatively long time compared with recent strikes. But again, I haven't heard about new strikes lately. Yeah, we haven't heard about any new strikes, any reports of new strikes in a while. I mean, I would say over an hour. So I know there's that report on CNN saying a U.S. official says strikes are ongoing after more than 3 hours. I mean, they technically started at 5 p.m. Almost 4 hours ago, but we haven't heard any kind of new reports of strikes in a while. Retired Ricky says it's been almost 4 hours total. I mean, the last strikes I heard about were, I mean, I think the last report was probably like an hour and a half ago, to be honest. PW360, our viewer, thinks we'll know if we'll know if the U.S. targeted infrastructure by what Iran targets in their response. That's what PW says. Thanks so much to Luke Skywalker for the memberships. Thanks, Luke Skywalker 1666 for the memberships. I really appreciate it. Make sure you thank Luke or somebody else if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Also, the Bearded Texan. Thanks so much, the Bearded Texan, for your support. Still nothing yet about an Iranian response. What is going on? Again, about 5 p.m., U.S. announced that starting at 5 Eastern Time, they were carrying out more strikes on Iran. CENTCOM also told several media outlets that before the strikes, Iran had attempted to attack commercial ships in the Gulf, in the Strait once again. Large number of different cities, areas reported to have strikes on them in Iranian media. Cities or areas around cities, including 8 different areas in Khuzestan province, which is not near the Strait of Hormuz, which is Iran's main oil-producing province. Why so many targets in Khuzestan province, I have no idea. We don't have a great idea of what was hit. There's reports that some reports claim one airport was hit in Khuzestan province, Omadia Airport, which I mentioned before. But and then Iranian media claims a water pumping station for agricultural use was hit. I don't know if that's true. In Mashhar in Khuzestan province, but we don't really have a good idea of what was hit. And waiting to hear more from Iran. Yeah, I think 5 different Iranian state media outlets have posted the same story now. We've heard very little from Iranian. Usually we hear more by now. And basically for a while, this is just another outlet posting the exact same story. This is Mer News state media, but 5 different Iranian state media outlets have posted this one story. So it's kind of odd. I feel like normally we hear a little more by now. Haven't seen any new statement from President Trump. This is the 4th time in a week that the U.S. has struck Iran after saying that Iran attacked shipping trying to go through the strait. Alan says Iran is trying to make stuff up now. App L says, wonder what Iran will do. Hey, thanks so much to SB, LS2VP. SB, thank you so much. SB thinks that the casualty numbers in Iran are actually higher than they're reported. It's interesting. It could be true. I don't know. I mean, I don't really rely on them. I certainly don't think they're reporting everything that's going on there. Thank you, SB. Very much appreciated. Lasher says, light it up. Look, Tasneem just posted the same thing. It's very strange. I believe 6 different Iranian state media outlets have posted this exact same story. You know, it's all Iran. They normally, most of the time, they don't post the exact same thing. They don't all post the same story, but like, we're not hearing much of anything. But I think 6 different Iranian state media outlets have posted this story. It's like they're looking for stuff to post. I don't know. John Rocker says, this war won't end anytime soon. No war has been won by bombing. Thanks so much to our moderators who are with us. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Haley Girl is moderating. Thank you, Haley Girl. Melissa Terry says, the USA is so quiet. Thanks. Good luck, Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai, 3 Sarah, and Surly Dev moderating over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. Kay Lowry Body on Facebook. Andrea Holder, Paul Anderson. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. On Rumble. K Body's also moderating over there on Rumble. Seth AR says, has there ever been this much dead air from Iran state media during an attack? I mean, sometimes it takes a while. This feels like pretty sudden to have nothing. It's kind of odd, I think. But we're not hearing anything new from the US either. Just suddenly got very quiet. Seth AR says, highly sus. Hey, our viewer, Black Hawk Command, gave, I'm not joking, 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That's very nice of you, very generous of you. If you got a membership from them, please thank our viewer, Black Hawk Command, for 50 memberships. One of the 50 memberships, if you got them. That's really generous of you. Thank you so much. Thanks also to our member, Angry Tacos. Thank you. And actually, I'm not making this up. Black Hawk Command just sent you guys 50 more memberships. I'm not making that up. 50 more people just got memberships in the YouTube chat, thanks to Black Hawk Command. So make sure you thank them if you got a membership. I believe it's a him. I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong. And thanks for the memberships. David Ferriello gave a bunch of people memberships too. Thank you so much, David Ferriello, as well. Thanks, David, if you got a membership from David. A lot of new members. Our viewer, hold on a second here. And thanks, Prep Mom, for the membership as well. Really appreciated, Prep Mom. Thank you. There's still nothing new from Iranian media. Everything has gone quiet. Everything has gone quiet, guys. What is happening? No response yet from Iran. What are they planning? What's this? Now, Ali BK3, this is not confirmed, but Ali BK3, who I follow, claims that there are initial reports of missile launches from Iran. Could be true. I wouldn't be surprised if it's true, but I haven't heard other reports about that yet. So I certainly expect to see more. Hey, by the way, Black Hawk gave, how many memberships is that? Wait, hold on. Black Hawk Command gave 100 more memberships. I am not making this up. Black Hawk Command has given 200 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That is so generous of you. Please thank Black Hawk Command if you got one of their 200 memberships. I'm not lying. That is thank you so much for supporting the channel. It's really kind of you. I wish I could send you some merch or something, but if you want it, write to me on X or agendafreetv@gmail.com. Let me know. Wow. Actually, I think it's 250. Is it 250? I think it might be 250. I think. Either way. And also, hey, thanks to Luke Skywalker for your support. I really appreciate it, Luke. Thank you. And also Kevin L., our member. Thanks, Kevin. Now, again, Ali BK is saying initial reports of missiles fired from Iran. I haven't heard that anywhere else. Are we going to start hearing reports or sirens? Hang on a second here. Could we see soon the start of Iranian response? Everything got so quiet. It's so weird. Seemed like such a wide-ranging attack by the U.S. And then things just got very quiet for a while. Not hearing from either side. Hey, thanks, Sean Stiers, our member Sean Stiers. Thank you also, Dude444. Thank you for watching since 2020, Dude444. Thanks for being a member. Topsy409, thanks for being a member too. And Brits Sleep a Lot, thanks for being a member. And also Just Another Knucklehead, thanks for being a member. Again, Ali BK3 on Telegram, who I follow, is claiming that there were missiles launched from Iran. I have not heard that report anywhere else yet. It could be true. It certainly could be true. If it is true, we will hear, we'll start hearing about reports about sirens. Vahid Online says missiles fired from Iran. He is pretty reliable. Vahid Online has passed along reports of missiles fired from Iran. Breaking update. That is from Vahid Online. Reports from there are reports in Iran of missiles being launched, according to @Vahid. @Vahid reports says there are several reports of from Iran of missiles being launched. So, unconfirmed reports of missile launches from Iran. Hey, really quick, Black Hawk Command just made a very generous donation to the channel. Wow, it's incredible. Thank you so much for your support. And thanks for shouting out the moderators and the members. He says, my sincere thanks as well to the moderators and members for all the kind comments about the gifted memberships. It's a wonderful community, and I'm grateful to be part of it. So nice of you. Black Hawk Command, so generous. And again, thanks for letting so many more people be members, and for all of your generous support. It's incredible. Thank you so much. Guys, we have a report. Press TV, Iran state media, says reports of Iranian missile strikes against U.S. targets. Tasnim says an explosion was heard in Jordan. Okay, so Iran state media claims an explosion. We're hearing Iranian state media now talk about what they do, the kind of things they say, the kind of things they normally say when Iran is launching retaliation strikes. So if you can see right here, Tasnim News, an explosion was heard in Jordan. Iran state media Tasnim claims an explosion was heard in Jordan. Often Iranian this claim in Iranian media. Often Iranian media would make a claim like this when Iran has fired missiles at Jordan. Okay, and also Press TV says reports of Iran missile strikes. Press TV is also saying explosions heard in Jordan following Iran strikes. Now, I don't know, what their sources are, but this is the kind of thing that Iranian state media will post when Iran is conducting strikes. That's what they do. So I would not be at all surprised. This suggests that Iran has launched missiles, at least at Jordan. Recently, when in a bunch of recent Iranian retaliations, they've focused on what they call U.S. targets. It might be a base in Jordan with a U.S. presence, that kind of thing. Tasnim says some sources report explosions at this air base in Jordan that Iran has attacked before. Some sources report explosions at the Mu'akkal Sultan Air Base in Jordan, which I believe is a base that Iran has attacked before. Yeah, the U.S. has forces at that base. All right, so what I'm going to do is put so it appears reports suggest Iranian retaliation for U.S. strikes has begun. Because that's what's happening right now. That's what's happening right now. It does appear that Iran has started firing missiles in retaliation for the U.S. strikes. And it appears that some targets are in Jordan. Again, you can see there, that's Iran State TV. Some sources report explosions at the Mufak al-Sulti Air Base in Jordan. We were just talking about that base. It's spelled a little differently. That is a base that Iran has targeted before. Hey, thank you so much to Joseph Fiorentino. I really appreciate that. Joseph Fiorentino, thank you. Also, Melvin S. Patrick. Melvin, the mods can answer your question, Melvin. The mods will answer your question about that. There's a merch link that the mods can post where you can look up the merch. I don't really talk about it on the channel much, but there's a link with all the different places you can get the merch. So thanks for asking. And you can ask the mods if there's a question. Thank you to Melvin. All right, hey, more updates coming in. So lots of Iranian state media is claiming that there's explosions at this air base in Jordan. That is Mer News now saying some sources report explosions at the Mu'akkab al-Saltani air base in Jordan, which is a base with a U.S. presence there. Yeah, on July 9th, Iran claimed it launched 10 missiles at that base. And Jordan said its air defenses intercepted eight of the missiles with no casualties or damage. So this is an air base that Iran said it targeted several days ago. See if I can find the statement from them. From Jordan about this a few days ago. I don't know if I can. Let's see. News? All right, hang on a moment. What are we hearing? By the way, a quick thank you. I'm not kidding you. Lewis R. has now given 50 people memberships in the chat. Thank you, Lewis R. 50 more people got memberships in our chat, in our YouTube chat from Lewis R. Very generous of you, Lewis. Thank you for all your support of the channel. And please thank Lewis if you got a membership from Lewis. That's so nice. If you look at all those new members from Black Hawk Command and Lewis and others who have given memberships to people in the YouTube chat, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. And all your support of the channel. By the way, thanks to Patton Shin for subscribing on Twitch, and Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch as well. So, trying to get you more updates right now about, it looks like the Iranian response has begun. Shin reports 1 minute ago, Shin says ballistic missile launch from Markazi province, Iran. That's what Shin claims. So multiple reports coming out of missiles launched from Iran, possibly at Jordan. I am fully expecting that we will start hearing about sirens or in Bahrain or sirens in Kuwait and that kind of thing if what has happened in the past is similar to tonight. Will they fire at Qatar? I don't know who they'll fire at tonight. Last night they fired at a bunch of countries. Although the UAE last night clarified after the fact, they had some alerts there, but then they said that the alerts were for. It turned out that it was for, I believe they said something like missiles fired out of our airspace. So I don't believe they fired at the UAE last night, but a bunch of other countries. Kuwait, Bahrain, I'd have to go back and look. Jordan, I have to go back and look. They fired at a bunch of countries last night. They said Iran said last night it launched attacks at Oman and where else? Oman and Bahrain and Kuwait and Qatar. Did I say Bahrain and Jordan? They said last night that they had launched attacks on all of those places. So, Press TV, Iranian state media Press TV says Iranian missiles are reportedly targeting Jordan's Muwafaq Salti Air Base. Okay. Iranian state media, Press TV. Iranian missiles are reportedly targeting Jordan's Muwafaq Salti Air Base, which again has a U.S. presence there, I believe. Haven't heard yet of alerts in any countries. We're waiting for that. Hold on a second. I just saw something. Hey guys, President Trump just posted something. Hang on a second here. 8 minutes ago, President Trump posted something about Lindsey Graham. Let me show you what he posted. President Trump said, "So sad, President DJT." And it's Lindsey Graham. And is he jokingly, it says make Iran, oh, not jokingly, he's wearing a Make Iran Great Again hat. So it's Lindsey Graham holding up a picture of President Trump and wearing a Make Iran Great Again hat. All right, so I just want, oh, it says, oh, President Trump, acting president of, I missed this. Thanks for letting me know in the chat. Acting president of Venezuela. That's the picture. The picture is Lindsey Graham holding up a President Trump, acting president of Venezuela photo. Okay. Anyways, I wanted to let you know that. That was just posted about 11 minutes ago. Also, President Trump posted 19 minutes ago. Let me show you this. He also posted this. President Trump just posted 19 minutes ago the following. Give me a second, I'll show you. He says, "59% approval rating, prices coming down along with the lowering of oil and gas. Thank you, President DJT." Again, that was posted about 20 minutes ago. All right. So just wanted to update you on his posts. Now, let's get back to Iran. So again, reports suggest that Iran has begun launching its response to the U.S. attacks. Iranian state media is reporting about explosions in Jordan, which would suggest that Iran had fired missiles at Jordan, but at a air base in Jordan that they've attacked previously. The Muwafaq Salti Air Base, which is an air base that they have attacked previously, and they actually fired missiles at that base a few days ago. And I believe that that base, guys, that air base is a facility that the U.S. also uses. I haven't heard yet of any sirens going off in other countries. I don't know how many missiles Iran has fired. Looks like they have fired some. Oil price, Brent crude price, according to tradingview.com, Brent crude price, which you can't see at the moment, is up a little over 5% right now from opening, which was 3.5 hours ago. Was closed over the weekend, reopened, up 5%, over 5%. WTI crude is up about 4%. Waiting to hear more. Thank you, least trustworthy weasel, by the way. I don't have any updates yet. Waiting for more. Maybe I can show you where that air base is in Jordan. Yeah, so the base that Iranian state media has talked about is the Muwafaq Salti Air Base, which the US also uses. You can see Iran is right here. That base is over here. Muwafaq Salti Air Base. We're just waiting to hear more. We haven't seen the widespread response yet, but again, looks like missiles have been launched at Jordan. That's what it looks like. But I'm sure we'll hear more soon. Topsy says when it gets quiet, you know we are moving around. Big Blanks in Cowtown says Iran does not want any of Israel's bombs. It's also interesting because the U.S. does not formally announced an end to their strikes yet, which they regularly do. So I don't know if we're going to hear about new U.S. strikes in Iran. Jason Brodsky, who's a Middle East expert, he posted that the U.S. strikes today appeared to have expanded and targeted a wider range of locations than previous strikes. As we said, there were 8 different areas apparently targeted in Khuzestan province, the major oil province of Iran. We don't know why that was. Ali BK is claiming that a significant number of missiles have been launched from Iran. That is unconfirmed. I follow Ali BK. So far, it looks like Iran has fired missiles at Jordan, at an air base in Jordan. That's what it looks like. One of the viewers said, turn off YouTube ads. They're off. I never have mid-roll ads on during the broadcast. If you're seeing them, it's a YouTube problem. I apologize. I just double-checked. I don't have the ads pop up in the middle of the stream. To whatever I can turn off, I turn off. So if it's happening, it's not in my control. I apologize, but that's not in my control. Hang on a moment here. Oh, no joke. Black Hawk Command just gave 50 more memberships. I think Black Hawk Command has given about 300 memberships. Do I have that right? 300? I'm not exaggerating. During this broadcast, please thank Black Hawk Command if you get one of the new memberships from Black Hawk Command. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much for your generosity. Very, very nice of you. Thank you also to Jazz Wolf. What do I believe the plan is? I don't know what the plan is for Iran or the U.S. At this point, we've had exchanges of fire 4 days, 4 days this week, 4 days in a week. Thank you, I am Charlie. Yeah, I am Charlie. The airport you mentioned in your comment in Omidyah, we mentioned that a couple times earlier in the strip, the reports claiming that airport or air base had been hit. It's unclear if it has been, but we talked about that earlier. Thank you, I am Charlie. I appreciate that. And least trustworthy Weasel as well. Okay, now I don't know if this is true. You know, you get this weird thing happens when Iran launches strikes. Sometimes their state media will report on media reports. When you think Iran state media probably has access to better information than that. Anyways, Iran state media, Iran state TV says media reports, I don't know who they're referring to, indicate that flights at Amman Airport in Jordan have been suspended following missile attacks in the country. Now, by the way, it's probably the middle. What time is it in Jordan right now? I'm going to check on Flight Radar 24. Jordan time is 4:38 a.m. But we can go to Flight Radar 24 and look at Amman Airport. This is an international airport in Amman. I don't know how many flights would be normally coming in and out of there anyway at 4:30 a.m. I mean, that's a flight that took off from Amman 8 minutes ago. That flight took off from Amman 8 minutes ago. I can confirm that to you. That flight took off from Amman 3 minutes ago. So that airport in Amman, Jordan is not closed. The Queen Aliyah International Airport, because 2 planes just took off from there in the last 8 minutes. Oh, and that plane took off 7 minutes from Amman Airport. So Amman Airport, the airport again, Queen Aliyah International Airport in Amman, we just saw 3 planes take off in the last 8 minutes. So it's not closed. I don't know if they've adjusted their anything there or what, but yeah, that is the main airport serving Amman, Jordan, by the way, Queen Aliyah. So will we see more Iranian missiles fired in the coming minutes? I fully expect to. Is the hang on a moment here. You know, I don't know where this. It seems. Will something change here? We've now had 4 days with Iran and the U.S. launching the U.S. launching strikes and Iran retaliating after apparently Iran on each of those days attacked shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. How long can this go on for? How long can it keep going like this? At just the same thing over and over again. Black Hawk Command, no joke, just gave 50 more memberships. Black Hawk Command has given 350 memberships to people in the YouTube chat. So many new members. Please say thanks if you got a membership from Black Hawk Command or anybody else, by the way. That is really generous of you. Thank you so much. Welcome to all of our new members. Thank you to Black Hawk Command. Very kind of you. Thank you. Sirens in Bahrain. Breaking news. Sirens in Bahrain. Sirens in Bahrain. Breaking news. Sirens in Bahrain. Look. The alarm siren has sounded. I am not surprised by this at all. The alarm siren has been activated. Strikes, launches, strikes on other countries in retaliation for U.S. strikes. That's what's going on now. That's what's going on now, guys. So we have Bahrain alarm sirens going off. We urge citizens and residents to remain calm, head to the nearest safe location, and follow updates through official channels. From what Iran state media is saying, they've already launched missiles at an air base in Jordan. Now we have sirens in Bahrain. And I wouldn't be surprised if we hear other countries with alerts. But it certainly appears that Iran has fired missiles and or drones at Bahrain. You can see there. There it is. Becca Doodle Mom thinks Qatar is next. Well, I would not be surprised if Qatar. I would certainly not be surprised about Kuwait. Hearing sirens there. UAE, they had alerts last night, although apparently the missiles never entered their. It turned out that they said it was not, and ultimately the missiles and drones were not in their airspace. Hey, thanks so much. German Butcher gave 10 German Butcher 79. German Butcher 79 gave 20 people memberships. That's really nice of you, German Butcher 79. Please thank German Butcher 79 if you got a membership from them. Also, Billy Cusack gave 10 people memberships. So nice of you, Billy Cusack. Please thank Billy if you got a membership from Billy. Thank you to our member Bunsen, Rockstone, and Peggy SoCal for being members. I appreciate that. NSLSA66, thanks for your support as well. Hang on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Okay. Presumably, if Iran does what it's been doing, it will launch strikes at targets that they say are related to the U.S. military. That's what they say. Although, how they define that, who knows? But they're saying they'll say that they're targeting the U.S. military in these different countries. But we'll have to see the specifics. That'd be my guess, because that's what they've been doing. So sirens in Bahrain. How normal is this going to be now? I mean, are we going to go for weeks and weeks and just several times a week have these exchanges of fire? Big thanks to Ty Lurker, who gave 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Ty Lurker. And Peggy SoCal, who gave 5 memberships. Thank you, Peggy SoCal. Terry Raygon gave a membership. Thanks, Terry Raygon. Weather Geek, thanks for being a member and for giving a membership. Also, Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore, thanks so much for your support of the channel. And Kendra Fox and Big Dog Gaming and Country Gravy over there on Twitch. Also, Yup and Yup, Tool Freak, ScanFan911, Patinchin on, and Kendra Fox again over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. No, I have not heard any sirens in Israel. I don't know where you're hearing that. There's no reports of sirens in Israel. Amra now says this will go on for a while, I think. Shlomo Ishtov thinks Iran does not have the missiles to continue for weeks. Their production has been destroyed. I don't know about that. I have no idea. Some reports say they have a lot of missiles still. Tasneem says this, for what it's worth. Again, Iranian state media quoting other media sources. Tasneem, Iran state media says media sources report that explosions were heard at a U.S. military airbase in Bahrain. I mean, Iran has repeatedly, for months, attacked the Fifth Fleet headquarters. Isn't that in Bahrain? So are they going to attack that again? I think they said they attacked it last night. Yeah, that's in Bahrain. So I don't know if they're attacking that again. That has been largely evacuated by the U.S. Big question is, do they attack targets besides what they've been usually attacking? So again, sirens in Bahrain right now. Here's Bahrain, by the way. There is Bahrain right there across the Persian Gulf from Iran. I am certainly expecting to hear about sirens in Kuwait at some point shortly. Iran's Press TV, they are state media, claims multiple blasts heard in Bahrain following Iran strikes. I mean, you're going to hear explosions there because stuff will either land or get shot down, presumably. So that's not a surprise to hear explosions anywhere they're firing stuff at, missiles and drones. Hey, thanks, Martin Ging. Martin Ging says it's hard to imagine the reality in Iran with no cameras. Look, we don't really get footage from any of these countries. Kuwait or Bahrain or Qatar. It's just the way it is now. They don't want to let the footage out. We've seen countries post telling people not to post footage or photographs. We've seen that repeatedly. I mean, I showed you one last night. I can't remember what Gulf country it was, but one of them that's happened repeatedly, where they just say, you could get legal, you can have legal issues if you don't, you can be in legal jeopardy if you post this stuff. Purple Sailboater said, thank you, says, are live stream cameras down or limited over there right now? Again, my understanding is that generally speaking, the governments don't want people to post this stuff. And we've seen countries say that. Early in the war, you would see stuff, but that stopped pretty quick. Thanks, Martin Ging. Martin Ging says, I think it's a punishable offense. Thank you also, Gary F95. Thanks, Gary F95 from the UK. Again, Purple Sailboater. Thanks, German Butcher 79, who thinks a ground incursion will likely be necessary. I don't know if Trump will want to do that. Thank you, Ruth. And thanks for moderating so much, Ruth, and all the other moderators. Weather Geek, thanks for being a member. Let's see if we have any updates for you. Ali BK, I cannot confirm the video, posted a video which claims to show some kind of air defense flying through the sky in Bahrain. Oh, new missiles. Report of new missiles launched from Iran by Vahid Online 6 minutes ago from the city of Jam, Iran, Jam, Iran. That's in Bushehr province. So about 5 minutes ago, Vahid Online got a bunch of reports of Iranian launching missiles from the city of Jam, Iran. So again, new reports of missile launches just about 5-6 minutes ago. OSIN Technical said the same thing. OSIN Technical said a salvo of Iranian short-range ballistic missiles fired from Jam towards U.S. forces in Bahrain a few moments ago. I'll show you where Jam is. Jam, Iran. Which is in Bushehr province. There is Jam, Iran, right there, close to the Gulf. Not that far from Bahrain, by the way. Only about 150 miles from Bahrain. I'll post a link with some of the photos that and videos that Vahid posted. Oh, these are from JASC? That says JASC. I think that's from Jam. I think that's a bad translation. Anyways, Vahid Online posted about 6 or 7 months ago some screenshots he's gotten, some photos and videos where people will see stuff in Iran like trails in the sky and they'll send him photos or videos. So I just posted a link in the chat. It can take a long time though to hear about like what happened in these countries, if anything. Like you can hear about stuff hours later. It's hard to get updated information on what kind of damage these missiles do, if you even get full updates. The U.S. still hasn't said that they've ended their strikes, even though we haven't heard of new ones for hours. Michelle Lauzone says Trump is poking the Iranians. They will eventually poke back. PW360 said, now I didn't hear this myself. PW360 said somebody on air on CNN said U.S. officials said Iran, they're leaving Iran room for an off ramp, but are prepared to escalate further if they don't take it. I don't know if that's about today or in general. Sounds like something a U.S. official would say. Maybe it's about today. I don't know. Thank you, PW360. Dale Wedlock writes in from New Zealand saying, unfortunately, I think there needs to be another way to resolve this than issue threats back and forth followed by bombing that has only proven to only affect the whole world negatively. Dale says maybe Trump needs to be replaced as it's just become too personal. Diplomacy required, not threats and missiles. That's what Dale thinks. Thanks, Dale, for writing in. Excuse me. PW360 said the CNN report was about the scope of Iran's response. Now, this is kind of interesting. This is what Iran state media says. I think they might be attacking the same base again that they've attacked for months in the Fifth Fleet headquarters base in Iran, which in Bahrain, which has been largely evacuated by now. You can see here, Iran state television says a few minutes ago, the Bahraini naval support base was struck for the unspecified time, which kind of sounds like they're saying it's been struck a bunch. You know, I don't know if it in a way, it could be that it's a way for Iran to say they're attacking, and the U.S. is just fine with them attacking it. I don't see that as particularly escalatory. Um, oh, so I will say this, which is interesting. I don't know if this is true, but I think it suggests that Iran might have fired missiles at Kuwait. This is Iran state television says news sources report. I don't know what news sources. Explosions rocked U.S. military bases in Kuwait. The sounds of the explosions were heard in border areas of Iraq. Would not at all be surprised, and would probably expect that that Iran would target, as part of the retaliation, U.S. military bases in Kuwait. Maybe they already have. Mer News also says explosion heard at U.S. base in Kuwait. This suggests that Iran has also fired missiles at Kuwait. Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain so far, it sounds like. So again, Iranian state media is reporting explosions in Kuwait. I don't think we heard about alarms in Kuwait. At the same time, you might not hear alarms if they didn't think, if they thought that civilian areas weren't at risk. Yeah, no, I have not heard anything about alarms in Kuwait. Uh-oh. Ooh, you know what I did? So stupid. When I changed my headline like a half an hour ago, I just had a stupid typo and I didn't check it. Sorry. My bad. My bad here. I really need to double check it when I change it. I don't check, and then I make a silly mistake. It said Iranian, not Iran. Thanks for mentioning it in the chat. Yeah, I saw that Shin claimed a few minutes ago that there was air defense in Saudi Arabia. That's an unconfirmed report. I don't know that that's the case, so I'll let you know if I hear more about that. But it does seem like right now Iran has fired missiles at Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain at what they'll say are U.S. targets, U.S. military targets in those locations, which is standard fare. Hey, look, Press TV just said, photo reportedly shows direct impacts against the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. So Iran state media is saying that Iran has hit the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. Again, that is a base that's been largely evacuated by the U.S. It has been targeted since the start of the war many times by Iran. So I don't know that them hitting that base is really going to say much to the U.S., really change U.S. behavior. Our viewer Parathian says it's all so tiresome. Al Mayadeen, which is they are a Beirut news outlet. Are they affiliated with Hezbollah, Al Mayadeen? I think they might be. Iranian-supported Hezbollah. They are pro-Hezbollah and pro-Iranian, according to Wikipedia. Is it? Okay, so Al Mayadeen says that their correspondent in Iran reports that missiles were launched from western and central regions of Iran towards U.S. bases and naval vessels. They claim some were launched toward naval vessels. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, so this is this report here from, Iran State TV. Following missile attacks, reports indicate widespread fires at U.S. base in Bahrain. Again, that's the 5th Fleet headquarters, which Iran has been attacking again and again for months. I believe they attacked it last night, if I remember right. This is a largely evacuated U.S. base. I'm trying to find where they said it last night. I'm not sure about last night. Anyways, it's been attacked many times. Paul V says, "Isn't this war one long blur?" Animal Audio Quest says, I guess they need the hot propaganda. It's 8419 says, hitting empty buildings. Remember also, we kind of randomly found this out 9 hours ago, that Kuwait kind of out of nowhere said that 3 northern land border centers in Kuwait were subjected to a criminal aggressive attack resulting in material damage. And additionally, one of the offshore drilling platforms affiliated with the Kuwaiti oil company in Kuwaiti territorial waters was targeted by a hostile drone, resulting in material damage and the injury of 1 worker. Now, I don't know if that was part of the Iranian retaliation last night and Kuwait just waited a number of hours to report it. So that seems pretty significant to me if Iran attacked an oil drilling platform, but who knows what's being attacked? Again, we only know this because they posted this and it kind of got posted out of nowhere. And they didn't even say the word Iran in the post. So I don't know if things are getting hit and it's just not being publicized or what. So there could be something that was hit that's more sensitive now that we just don't know about. BMX Kane says probably doing a damage assessment. A lot of things are probably being hit. That I don't know. Possibly. So again, there's some photo and video claiming to show some smoke at the 5th Fleet Naval Base in Bahrain of the U.S. But to repeat, it has been attacked multiple times for months by Iran. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators who are with us. I really appreciate you being here. Haley Girl is modding right now. Thanks, Haley Girl. And Ruth as well over on YouTube. Thank you. On Facebook, our moderators are like Kay Lowry Body, Michael Fergal, Andrea Holder, Paul Anderson. Thank you. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Sarah Surly Dev on Twitch. Thank you. Thanks, Kendra Fox on Twitch, for all your support on Twitch. Kendra Fox and Big Dog Gaming, too. Thanks, Kendra Fox, for mentioning the typo that was there in the headline before, too. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate over on X, and our Rumble moderators, too. Kay is moderating over there on Rumble right now. Thanks, Kay. 816T thinks that Iranians are most likely striking same empty crates at bases. Seth AR says, to be honest, this seems like a twisted game of chicken. Hey, thanks to Temi Dank for the gift memberships. Please thank Temi Dank if you get a membership from Temi Dank. Thank you, Temi. Thank you, Dylan Persian, who mentioned flight radar. We checked before, and there were a number of U.S. refueling tankers visible on flight radar. Sometimes they're visible, sometimes they're not. I don't know what plane you're talking about, Dylan Persian. K-35 moving to Kuwait on flight radar. I mean, there's been pretty much always, when you look up there, there's some military planes. You know, I don't even think we're seeing now. We could see them before. Can we even see the tankers? Oh, no, we can see some of the, like, for example, there's this one. That's been up there for hours. Flyer 42, which I believe is a refueling tanker. That's been just flying around there in the Persian Gulf for hours. We checked it. We saw that hours ago. Then there's this one, Flyer 55. It's another one kind of circling around there. I don't know what that one is. Anyways. I don't know what specific one you're talking about. At the same time, I am not going to try to do flight radar analysis myself because that's not my area of expertise. I don't know what's normally up there. But if I see any of the accounts I follow who are good at that stuff mention something urgent from the flight radar, I'll definitely show it to you. Also, you can go there yourself, Flight Radar 24, flightradar24.com. Check it out if you want to check the planes over their area. Thanks, Dylan Persian. Thank you, Hijo D Mighty or Hijo de Mighty. Thanks for being a member. Thanks, Jesus USB. I really appreciate it. Live Animal, thank you. Live Animal thinks it's another oil futures pump and dump week. Let the boss Israel know when Iran and the U.S. finish their leisurely fighting, says Live Animal. Hey, thanks to Kat Miowski as well. Thanks so much, Kat Miowski. And Southern Gent Phil. Thanks, Southern Gent, for watching and for your support. Update. We have a statement. I mean, this is what happens, right? How do these things go? The way these things have gone in recent weeks and months is Iran attacks one or more ships that are trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Then the U.S. launches strikes on Iran, which goes on for 1 or more hours. Then Iran launches strikes in retaliation on what they call U.S. military targets in other countries in the region. Then Iran starts issuing statements about what they have done. So we just got a statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Islamic Revolutionary Guard in Iran, about Jordan. So let's look at the new statement about Jordan from Iran. Iranian Revolutionary Guard, here we go. Here it is. Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard, fuel tanks and ammunition depots at Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan were set on fire. I believe they have attacked this base before, maybe even last night. Yes, last night they claimed that a command and control center and MQ-9 drone hangars were destroyed at this very same base. Anyways, is this about today? Last night, following the IRGC's Navy's operation to stop 2 violating ships that were endangering shipping in the Strait of Hormuz by shutting down their systems and moving in an illegal manner, the U.S.'s child-killing army, which itself was the instigator of these illegal and dangerous actions, once again revealed its barbaric nature by attacking coastal bases of the Iranian armed forces. Oh, when they say like last night, well, now I'm confused, but they might mean, because it's in the morning there right now. It's almost 6 a.m. In the first stage of responding to these attacks, brave Islamic fighters set fire to several large missile depots and fuel tanks at Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan by firing missiles and drones. The retaliatory operation by the fighters is ongoing, and its results will be announced in subsequent statements. So that is them. So it's the morning there now. So they're talking about how hours ago the U.S. launched strikes on them after they tried to stop after Iran tried to stop 2 violating ships that were endangering shipping in the Strait of Hormuz by shutting down their identification systems and moving in an illegal manner. Basically, they're talking about ships that the U.S. was probably trying to escort through the strait in not on an approved route and without approval from Iran, and turning off the ship's location tracking while they were moving through, which is, I believe, how they do it. So, anyways, that's their new announcement, which sounds a lot like the last night what they said. So this is Iran saying that, hold on a second here. Oopsie, what did I do now? Hold on. Here's another version of the same post. This is from Iran State Media, Mer News. Hold on. Fuel tanks and ammunition depots at Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan were set on fire. Last night, following an operation by the IRGC Navy to stop 2 offending ships that were endangering shipping in the Strait of Hormuz by turning off their systems and moving in an illegal manner, the American child-killing army, which itself is the instigator of these illegal and dangerous actions, once again revealed its barbaric nature by attacking coastal bases of the Islamic Republic of Iran's armed forces. In the first stage of responding to this, the brave warriors of Islam set fire to several large missile depots and fuel tanks at the Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan by firing missiles and drones. The retaliatory operations of Iran is continuing, and the results will be announced in subsequent statements. Okay, so let me just post this. Iran's Revolutionary Guard announces that in the first phase of their response to the U.S. strikes, to the new U.S. strikes. They fired missiles and drones at the Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan, which set fire to several missile depots and fuel tanks. These claims are unverified. All right. It's similar to last night. They issued a very similar statement last night saying that they had fired missiles and drones at the same air base in Jordan as the first stage of their response. I mean, it's a very similar statement to their first statement last night. So I fully expect to hear more and again, I don't. It doesn't seem to me that this is going to be really. I mean, this is not really going to move the needle in any kind of way for the U.S. because it's just doing more of the same. In the same way, I don't know that the new U.S. strikes are going to really impact Iran that much if it's more of the same. But that is the first statement. So I'm expecting several statements from them. And we'll probably get a statement about Kuwait, and we'll probably get a statement about Bahrain. I bet the next statement will be about Bahrain. We'll probably get that in a few minutes. Melody says, this is exactly what was happening when I tuned in last night. But the basic statement, the statement is pretty similar to the one they made last night. I can show you the one they made last night. Here's the one they made last night. It's very similar. Oops. I'll show you in a second. So this is the statement from last night. And I think you'll see how similar it sounds. All right, here you go. This is last night's statement. Last night, they said command and control and MQ-9 drone hangars destroyed at Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan. Same air base. And they said the criminal American regime attempting to impose its will on the Omani government tried again last night to test our resolve by creating a situation with several vessels on an illegal course in the southern Strait of Hormuz. That was stopped by a decisive response from the Navy. So that's pretty similar. Then they said the American child-killing army, in an attempt to compensate for this failure, launched an aerial attack against several coastal bases and communications towers on the southern coast. As we had promised, they immediately received a crushing response to their aggression. Valiant IRGC aerospace forces targeted American military bases in the first phase of this response. They targeted vital military infrastructure and facilities at Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan, destroying the base's command and control center and MQ-9 drone hangars with several ballistic missiles. They continue. So anyways, that was last night's statement. Very similar to the one from tonight. Hey, thank you, Jonathan Sharp. Jonathan says Groundhog's Day all over again. Thank you so much for your support, Jonathan Sharp. Hang on a moment here. Oh my gosh, no joke, guys. Black Hawk Command on Twitch gave 150 gift subs. I'm not joking. Black Hawk Command had already given 350 memberships. This broadcast in YouTube. In the last 11 minutes, Black Hawk Command gave 150 gift subs on Twitch. Wow, that is so generous of you. Please, if you're on Twitch and you got a gift subscription from Black Hawk Command, please thank Black Hawk Command. That is so generous of Black Hawk Command. Unbelievable. So please say thanks. 150. Wow. So lots of new subscribers now over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Alper thinks it's Elon Musk. I'm guessing it's not Elon Musk. He's welcome to be here, certainly. But anyways, thank you so much, Black Hawk Command. That's really generous of you. Thank you for all your support. A bunch of people are saying thanks now in the chat, like Blank Clown and Bronco Knight. Thank you. Bayou Boy. Thank you. Wow, crazy. All right, let's try to get you some more updates here. We have the next statement. Statement number 2. As predicted, I said I'm expecting a statement about the retaliation in Bahrain in a few minutes. Look, we have the next statement right now from Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard. It's about Bahrain. Let's read the new statement from Iran. Here we go. IRGC, Command and Control Center for U.S. military's drone fleet in Bahrain was destroyed. This is what they claim. They say, hold on, let me just fix this here. The evil and warmongering American regime, which has rarely gone without war and military aggression since its inception, wow, has not learned a lesson from its recent defeats in the face of Muslim fighters and continues its acts of aggression. In response to these acts of aggression, the IRGC's aerospace forces, in the second phase of their reciprocal operation, destroyed important helicopter maintenance and repair centers, a P-8 electronic warfare aircraft hangar, and the command and control center of the U.S. military's drone fleet at a U.S. base in Sheikh Issa, Bahrain. The reciprocal operation is ongoing. Now, which base is this? Oh, Issa Air Base. That is Sheikh Issa Air Base, which is operated by the Royal Bahraini Air Force. I don't know how many U.S. forces are there. I honestly don't know. Wikipedia says Issa Air Base hosts the Royal Bahraini Air Force and the 2 squadrons that comprise it. But maybe there's also a U.S. presence there too. Oh, I will say this though. Several days ago, they said they attacked this base. Yes. 3 days ago, Iran said that it had attacked this same air base. By the way. A base in Sheikh Issa, Bahrain. And maybe they did it. I'm seeing several days ago they said they attacked this base. Anyways, let me just get this posted now. So that's the second statement. And we're going to hear one about Kuwait too, I believe. But let me just get this posted. So, Iran's Revolutionary Guard says in their second phase, of their retaliation for the new U.S. strikes, they attacked a U.S. base in Sheikh Issa, Bahrain, and destroyed, and then claimed all this stuff. Okay. So that's number 2. That's statement 2. I'm waiting for statement 3 now. Hang on a second. So they've said that they attacked Jordan, a U.S. base in Jordan. Well, they said they attacked an air base in Jordan. Right? And they also attacked what they called a U.S. base in Bahrain. Hold on a moment. Hold on. Guys, oh my gosh, look what happened. CENTCOM announces it completed another wave of strikes. I really do feel like the same day is happening again and again and again. It's the same thing every day. It's the same thing every day. CENTCOM completes another wave of strikes against Iran. All right, let's read this from CENTCOM. Hang on, it's not loading. U.S. Central Command completed a new wave of offensive strikes against Iran today, hitting dozens of targets at multiple locations with precision munitions to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking international shipping flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM forces struck Iranian military air defense systems, coastal radar sites, missile and drone capabilities, and small boats using U.S. fighter aircraft, naval vessels, one-way attack drones, and one-way attack sea drones for the first time. The U.S. said they used one-way attack sea drones for the first time, guys. The Strait of Hormuz is a vital maritime corridor for global trade. Iran does not control it. U.S. forces are postured and prepared to ensure that freedom of navigation remains available to commercial shipping despite Iran's continued unwarranted aggression, harassment, threats, and arbitrary declarations. And the video footage is video footage of U.S. Central Command forces. I got to make sure the volume is low. Hold on. U.S. Central Command forces striking Iranian military targets today. So this is the video of some targets being hit. In Iran, they say, unclassified. Wow. I mean, it really is the same general thing every day lately. U.S. command forces striking Iranian military targets after launching aircraft and cruise missiles in response to Iran's attack on commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Zetheus official, who says, buckle up, oil crisis coming to a state near you. Also, thanks to Dreeth Bain. Thank you, Dreeth Bain. Who says, perhaps the IRGC now knows what it feels like to be the CIA as butt of jokes. Thanks, Hungersmith, for being a member as well. Hungersmith, thank you. All right, give me a moment here. I still think there's going to be, we need a True Social post. One of our viewers mentioned that. Jonathan Morris. I haven't seen one yet from President Trump about this. No, nothing new from him about this. Hang on one second. I think we're still missing one more statement from Iran, though, about Kuwait. Yeah, give me a quick moment here. The weird thing is just like, I don't, is this progressing anywhere? Or it's just like the same thing day after day after day? Like it doesn't, the U.S. statement, it's like some of the statements in the past, they seem to be suggesting they were escalating by hitting more targets. They didn't even say they hit more targets than yesterday. They did say they used for the first time naval drones. But I don't see anything so far that's really a great claim of escalation on either side. Seems like more of the same. BMX Kane thinks it's basically a standstill where both sides are just designating targets that they have on a big list. Sarcasm BTC thinks minimal progress. Hey, thanks Tim M6 for your support. All right, hold on. Do we have another statement from Iran yet? So the U.S. says that their attacks are over for the day. We have seen Iran say that they attacked an air base in Jordan and a base in Bahrain in response. And I do think we're waiting for one more statement from Iran about Kuwait. Crazy, crazy. Where's this going? Chris N says we're adding 20 targets each time. Michael Bailey thinks it's time for shock and awe. Hen Jensen says Iran statements coming in left and right. Evelyn Main says, so now it's over again? Well, I'm not hearing of new strikes, but the thing I haven't... So the one thing Iran state media had reported... I think Iran state media at some point reported that there were explosions in Kuwait, right? I have to check. Because that would imply that they fired something at Kuwait if they say that. And then we would expect to hear some statement about that. But let me double check. So, they talked about Jordan. Yeah, exactly. So Fars News, for example, said news sources are reporting explosions in Kuwait, but that was like 40 minutes ago. So the one place that Iranian state media has talked about, which we haven't heard a statement from Iran about, is Kuwait. So I'm expecting the one more statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard explaining what they claim, giving their claims about what they hit in Kuwait, and then saying, don't do it again, U.S., right, because the last statement, it said the reciprocal operation is ongoing. see what else I can find here. Now, there could be something else that happens, but I mean, at the moment, we'll have to see if the next Iran press release says that their retaliation operation is over. No. I thought we got a new one. I thought we got our new press release, but it was one of the Iran state media outlets posting posting the one about Jordan again. So we're still waiting for the one about Kuwait. I'll keep an eye out. If you're wondering about oil prices, Iran Brent crude is up about 5% today. Market's opened about 5 hours ago, and it hasn't done that much since the market opened. It's kind of just there. But before the war, it was in the high 60s. Now it's in the high 70s. I mean, during the war, it got up to like around 120. So it's lower than before, but a bit more than before the war. But we'll have to see what happens. Dankotron says, fight, 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 win, win, win. Peter Kawa thinks soon there will be no more lights in Iran. It's inevitable. Amra now says, why is it all so predictable? It's wild. It's really, I mean, this has now happened, I think, 6 times in the last 2.5 weeks. And it's the same pattern. It's Iran launches some sort of attack on ships trying to cross the strait. And then the U.S. launches strikes on Iran. And then Iran launches strikes back. And with the statements and stuff, it's all very similar. Similar types of targets, usually. Similar types of statements. Chris F. says reciprocation spiral. It doesn't really seem to be spiraling, though. It just seems to be kind of rotating. Thanks to Sleeveless for subscribing on Twitch. All right, we're still waiting for that one more statement. When will we get the Iranian statement about Kuwait? Yeah, I saw some claim. One of our viewers said, I saw that Al Jazeera post. I don't know where they're getting that from. Al Jazeera posted 5 minutes ago claiming that Iranian news agency said 2 explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas. I haven't seen any post from Iranian state media saying that there were new explosions in Bandar Abbas. I don't know where they're getting that from. I haven't seen it anywhere. So I don't know why they posted that. We have our next statement about Kuwait. We have the statement about Kuwait. Look, as I told you was going to happen, now Iran mentions Kuwait. Here is the new Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard statement about Kuwait. They say fuel tanks, Patriot systems, and FPS systems were completely destroyed. We would like to inform the honorable people of Iran that in the 3rd phase of the Eye for an Eye operation, and in response to the aggressions of the arrogant and expansionist U.S. regime, The valiant fighters of the IRGC's Aerospace Force completely destroyed fuel tanks and Patriot air defense systems at the American base in Ali Al Salem, Kuwait, as well as a strategic FPS radar system at the Ahmed Al Jaber base. The Eye for an Eye operation by your brave children continues. I don't know if that means they're going to launch some more strikes. The Strait of Hormuz is our territory, and we will not allow a rebel and child-killing army from the other side of the world to continue its illegal interference in it. There you go. Statement number 3. Oops, I didn't do that the right way. Okay, so Iran's Revolutionary Guard announces that in the third phase of their retaliation operation after the new U.S. strikes, they attacked targets at two American bases in Kuwait. So, wow. Electronic Progression says statement kind of uncredible. Yeah, it's very similar day after day. Now, they don't say it's over. They say the retaliatory operation continues. Does that mean, but we haven't heard about them firing any other stuff anywhere? Our viewer Saramar says, the U.S. has to decide to go to full war or give up the Middle East to Iran. These little attacks don't solve anything. So the U.S. announced that their attacks are over for the day, at least for now. And Iran has released 3 statements about the 3 different countries that their state media had suggested that they had fired things at. Will they fire stuff anywhere else? I don't know, but we haven't heard about it yet. Although last night, I think it took a while for them to fire everywhere. I mean, they could fire something at Qatar, I guess, or the UAE. That would be I guess, most likely. They fired something at Qatar last night. But I think last night they only issued 3 statements, right? I don't know for sure, but I think last night they only issued 3 statements. I'm going back to last night. There was a statement. The first statement last night was about how they had fired at Jordan, at a base in Jordan. Then the second statement is they fired at U.S. military targets in Kuwait and Bahrain. And then in the third statement last night, they said they had fired at a U.S. air base in Qatar. I guess that's the one we haven't really heard about. But there hasn't been any reporting of any kind of alerts in Qatar or anything. We'll give it a couple minutes and see. Thanks so much to Gallo Weight Cards, who says neither side wants to continue the war, but neither wants to look like they are the ones surrendering, so they do this back and forth instead. Theater. That's what Gallowgate Cards says. Thanks, MRODRM. Look, I mean, we talked about this some last night. As Gallowgate Card says, I do think to a degree some of this is just performative, because they don't feel like they can't do anything, but there's no real escalation having. So, Iran will attack some ship or ships trying to go through the strait, and the U.S. will feel like we can't let it go. But the U.S. doesn't seem to be escalating that much. And then Iran feels like, well, we can't do nothing in response to that. So they just launch targets. They seem to be attacking a lot of the times the same targets they've attacked before. And then that's it. And I don't think either side has been really has had this. Those kind of actions don't seem to really change the equation for either side. Camden Boy thinks both are just pushing limits of the peace deal. Shay is WY says both sides keep trying to do the same thing again and again, but are expecting different results. Well, look, I don't know about the U.S. There's a world in which Iran is fine with this. If, for example, I have no idea, but for example, in Iran, they could be thinking, well, maybe they think that the Republicans would be more tough on them than the Democrats would, or something like that, and they would like Trump to not have a majority in Congress. If that's their thinking, I don't know, then they might be fine with dragging this out till the election, right? I don't know. That would be a scenario I don't know that that's what they're thinking, but that would be a scenario under which they're fine kind of just going at the status quo, because it keeps the war going, but it doesn't get more serious than this. I'm not saying what they're thinking, but you could imagine, and maybe if you're the U.S., you think, oh, the longer it goes on, their economy will get worse and they'll eventually have to give in. I don't know. But, it's possible that on one side or the other that they're just okay with it going on like this. I don't know. Maybe they're not. But I wouldn't assume that they think this is going to produce different results. But it really is striking to just see this happening day after day after day. And it's basically the same stuff. And it's the same script that it seems to follow. Brian thinks Iran is just stalling. Marguerite says a tug of war championship where it ends in a draw. Shlomo thinks Iran is receiving no imports and making no exports. Their economy is destroyed. It is a matter of days or short weeks before complete collapse of the economy, says Shlomo. Weird Beard Game says, when do we run out of fuel? There is this... Hold on a second here. I was going to look this up here. I was looking up about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Wall Street Journal about 4 days ago reported that U.S. crude oil inventories rose for the first time in 11 weeks. Commercial crude stocks went up, but oil stored in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve went down. I don't know if there's a concern. It doesn't really give any analysis. Reuters posted 3 days ago, governments are set to buy millions of barrels of oil through 2028 to rebuild emergency reserves depleted by drawdowns to plug a gap in global supply caused by the war in Iran. Anyways, I don't have a lot of background on this. I mean, there's a world in which if the U.S. were constantly drawing oil from its reserve to supply oil that's not coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, then that could eventually run out. I'm not seeing urgent reports about that right now when I Google it. I have to do some more research on that. Silver Moon thinks this war is ridiculous. Press TV claims new U.S. strikes in Bandar Abbas. I don't know where they're getting this. That's Iranian state media Press TV. They say reports. The thing is, like, Iran International had something like a half hour ago. And then like 20 minutes ago, Al Jazeera posted something. But I don't know if they're all just repeating each other. I'd be careful about this. Press TV in Iran said reports of fresh U.S. strikes in Iran's southern port city of Bandar Abbas. But I don't know if they're just quoting those other outlets. Let's see if any of the other state media outlets reported. I'm dubious of that right now. I just don't know if it's a case of people repeating each other. "31 minutes ago, Iran International English claimed that witness reports from Iran suggested more explosions near Bandar Abbas." I hadn't heard that in Iranian media, and I don't know if the report from Press TV recently is just basically repeating that. I mean, it would be strange, in a sense, if the U.S. did that shortly after saying they were done, but who knows? PW360 says, do you think the equation changing thing could be Iran miscalculating and killing U.S. personnel in one of these types of attacks? I mean, I don't. I'm sure Iran knows that that would be provocative. I mean, somebody could, when you have hostilities like this going on, things can happen. So you could have a situation where some kind of incident happens which provokes either side. You know, maybe Iran launches a missile at a U.S. ship and it gets through, or maybe U.S. launches a strike somewhere in Iran, but it hits something it's not supposed to or something. So look, those kind of things can happen and lead to escalation. I don't think Iran would have illusions about what that might do. I don't think they're, holding, well, who knows? But I mean, my point is, I don't think Iran would be surprised if something like that was provocative to the U.S. But when there's fighting going on, things can happen. Unintended things can happen, which can have an impact. When that U.S. plane went down, which was unintended, if Iran had found a pilot and kept a U.S. pilot as a hostage, that could have really changed things. Certainly ramped up the tensions. So something like that could happen too. You just don't know. Ali BK claims that new explosions are heard in Bahrain. Look, last night it took Iran a while. There was an initial response, and then I believe they fired some more missiles and drones. If I remember from last night, it went on for a while. So it's possible Iran will fire more missiles and drones at neighboring countries and then release more statements tonight. That's certainly possible. Yeah, Ali BK claims that there's some explosions in Bahrain. So the U.S. again, Iran might have launched more missiles or drones there. Has Bahrain officially said that there's new? Yeah, new sirens in Bahrain. So sirens in Bahrain again. This happened last night. Same thing. Where there were, I think there might have been 3 or more last night. So there are sirens again in Bahrain. And again, we saw this happen last night, multiple different times, sirens in Bahrain. You can see the alarm siren has been activated. We urge citizens and residents to remain calm, head to the nearest safe location, and follow updates through official channels. I was going to repost the English language one once they post that one. Usually they post it pretty fast. Hold on. So it does look like Iran has launched more at Bahrain. There you go, guys. Steve Carlson says crude oil is trading sideways right now. Yeah, these back and forth attacks don't really seem to affect the oil price that much. Kenneth Goth says, if you think things are crazy now, wait until after the midterms. Hang on a moment. Quick thanks, by the way, to Fox250R for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Fox250R. Thanks, Stephen Kish, for the membership. Thank you, Stephen Kish. Thanks, Stephen Briones, for your support. Thank you, Stephen. Thanks, Jansky06, for being a member. Thank you. Stephen Kish says, do you think Israel will hit Iran? I have no idea if Israel will hit Iran at some point again. No idea. They don't seem to be, I'm not hearing any reports of it right now, but you never know. Seems like for now, Iran and Israel are not hitting each other. Thank you, Kit Cav, for your support. Kit Cav says, war is USA, Israel, Iran, so add Israeli president in your title image. Israel is main cause of the start of the war. US has no benefits from this war, says Kit Cav. Thanks, Weird Beard Game, who says, when do we run out of fuel? Yeah, I think when you said that, Weird Beard Game, I was thinking about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but I haven't heard of any kind of... I mean, the U.S. is I think produces the most oil of anyone in the world. But over the recent months, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has been dropping, but I'm not aware it's at any kind of crisis point at the moment. I got to do some more research on that. Yes, the U.S. is the biggest oil extractor. It says list of countries by oil extraction. Wikipedia. U.S. is the biggest. But there's also refining and all that. Anyways, I'm not aware that there's any kind of impending U.S. running on a fuel crisis. I'd seen some stuff in recent weeks about possibly in the long term, if you go months, maybe there being an issue with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but I got to read more about that. So again, sirens are sounding in Bahrain. And once again, we have Iran state media saying that there are powerful explosions in Bahrain. Yeah, look, I mean, you're going to hear explosions because they have fired drones or missiles there, so they're either going to have to land or get shot down. And I fully expect in a few minutes another statement from Iran. Well, I don't know. Are they going to release another statement? I think they will. I think they're going to release another statement about these new launches at Bahrain. Tasneem, Iran state media, says sirens and explosions heard again in Bahrain. No, there are no live cams from these places. They do not allow live cams generally in these places. And they do not want people posting footage of attacks on these countries. The governments, generally speaking. We'll see what we hear about Bahrain. What happened to this? There. Thanks to Static X for subscribing on Twitch, Rage Girly for subscribing on Twitch, Red Liner for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you so much. PW360 thinks that the ceasefire is holding in Israel between Israel and Lebanon, including Hezbollah. Yeah, we have not really heard much about attacks between Israel and Hezbollah lately. I think it's an interesting point that we haven't heard that they seem to be things have seemed to simmer down some in recent weeks there. Oh, Gulf Ion, who's in Bahrain, posted 8 minutes ago, sent me a message saying new explosions 8 minutes ago in Bahrain. Thank you, Gulf Ion, for sending that, and stay safe there. Yeah, I think we're going to hear soon some new post from Iran. Thanks, Sparky the Human, for your support. Sparky the Human says, this is the most aggro game of ping pong I've ever seen. New statement from the Iranian army. New statement here. I forgot about them. They released a statement last night, too. This is from the Iranian army on Iranian state TV, from Iranian state TV. Here it is, guys. Hold on. I'm going to show you right now. Here. The Iranian army says, continued drone attacks by the army on U.S. bases in the region. Iranian Army Public Relations. In response to the repeated illegal attacks by the U.S. against our country a few hours ago, a new wave of drone attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran's army, the locations where U.S. forces are stationed, air defense and missile systems, and support facilities for the U.S. terrorist army in Kuwait were targeted by attack drones. Oh, no, they said, in a new wave of drone attacks by Iran's Islamic Republic of Iran's army, the locations where U.S. forces are stationed, air defense and missile systems, and support facilities for the U.S. terrorist army in Kuwait were targeted by attack drones. The Islamic Republic of Iran's army, while condemning the repeated attacks by the enemy against some military centers, civilian infrastructure, and people, and emphasizing the blatant violation of the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter, stated, with the firm determination and will of the armed forces and with all of our might, we will not hesitate for a moment in defending the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Iran and our dear compatriots against any aggression by the enemy. So there's the Iranian army and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, and they both issued statements. They are both part of the armed forces, the army and the Revolutionary Guard. So they both say that they've launched retaliatory strikes in recent against U.S. targets in surrounding countries. So that's that statement from the Iranian army. They said they launched drones at U.S. military targets in Kuwait. Chief Hung says they sure are chatty. So waiting now to see, again, a few minutes ago there were new sirens in Bahrain and new explosions reported. So now I'm waiting to see what Iran says about that. I'm sure we'll have a statement soon. Maybe the Iranian army will release a statement instead of the Revolutionary Guard about Bahrain. And they can say that they did something too. Jesse James says, Iran says, you hit me, I hit my neighbors. Gorgonite, I don't know if Gorgonite is in Kuwait. Gorgonite says maybe they aimed for the bases in Kuwait, but they never reached, not even close. We didn't hear anything, no sirens or any sounds of interceptions. That is true. There have not been any sirens in Kuwait that we heard reported. Okay, Dundee says, has there been more than one wave of strikes? Well, the new sirens in Bahrain a few minutes ago seem to suggest a second wave of some sort. But we'll see. B. Harris says, what happened to the ceasefire deal? Risu Press says the war part is performative. I'm going to have to eat something soon. I'm waiting a few minutes to see if we get another statement from them. Hang on a moment here. Thank you so much, Steve Hook, for your support. Thank you, Steve Hook. Is Israel bombing as well? No, it's just been the U.S. and Iran. Now the different Iranian media outlets are posting that statement again from the army, saying they fired drones at Kuwait. So I would say, generally speaking, it feels today like similar to the other days of this. Oh, the New York Times says a U.S. official declined to say specifically how many strikes U.S. Central Command carried out Sunday night, other than the dozens specified in its most recent statement, but added the number fell somewhat short of the 140 strikes on Saturday. I don't know exactly what was hit tonight, by the way. But again, the New York Times says, why is this all weird? Hold on. So again, I'm going to mention that again. The New York Times reports that a U.S. official said declined to say specifically how many strikes the U.S. launched, right, tonight, other than the dozens specified in the statement, but said the number fell somewhat short of the 140 strikes yesterday. Aztec Pyramid thinks every ceasefire gives the U.S. the opportunity to monitor Iran's movements and identify new targets. Iran is done. We still don't have a statement from Iran on the new strikes in Kuwait. And I mean in Bahrain. That's what I'm waiting for. There were sirens there like 20 minutes ago. Waiting for that one. Steamboat Sam says running out of military targets in Iran more than likely. Iran's military capabilities being decimated. David Joe Klotz thinks Iran will only be done when there is regime change. Slick thinks targets are underground. Will from Online thinks we will repeat this again tomorrow. I mean, it's possible. As long as Iran is attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz, this is going to keep happening, I believe. We're basically waiting at this point for one more statement from Iran. I'd like to get a final statement from them, but I don't know that there'll be one. You never know. The U.S. said its attack was done. One of our viewers mentioned Asian markets. Hold on. Hang on a second here. I was going to try to find a nice list for you. Stocks. World indexes. Which markets are open? I got to figure that out. Hold on. Are the Asian markets open yet? I'm looking at something. I'm not sure. Are they? Hold on. Let's see. Here, this is a page for Trading View. Market indexes. Is it indices? Gosh, I never say that word. Indices. I never say that word out loud. Indices. Okay, now this is, I assume these are open. Japan, 225. Yes, that's open. It looks like it's open. So Japan is down 1.12%. Hang Seng, 0.2%. I don't even know all of these. Kospi, that's very volatile. It's down below 7,000. It's gone up so much in the last year. That's in South Korea. It's a whole other thing. There's too many here. Hold on. I bet I can get a little summary here. Here. Shares skid in Asia as oil climbs on Gulf conflict, says Reuters. Share markets slid in Asia on Monday as fighting intensified in the Gulf and Iran claimed to have closed the vital Strait of Hormuz, sending oil prices surging and rekindling inflation risk globally. Does it talk about the specifics here? Japan's Nikkei fell 1.6%, while MSCI's broadest index of Asia-Pacific shares outside Japan dropped 0.9%, at least when this article was written. South Korea's formerly red-hot market shed 5.4% and will be in focus, having lost almost 8% last week as leveraged bets on several semiconductor shares came under pressure. I don't want to get all into this right now. All right, do we have a statement from Iran or not? Another statement? Hold on. No, I thought we might have our new statement. Oh, now I don't know what this is about. You know, a lot of times you'll have Iran state media and they'll say, reports say, and they don't say it. They say reports say, but I don't know when the reports are coming from. So I don't know if they're kind of like saying, like, we're hinting at this. It's confusing when they say reports say. But I will say this. For whatever it's worth, Iran state media Tasnim, look at this, says, reports of an attack on a U.S. commercial company in Bahrain. I don't know what they're talking about. I haven't heard these reports. Media reports indicate the headquarters of a U.S. commercial company in Bahrain was targeted, is currently on fire. Now, I haven't heard that report anywhere. Maybe it's true. It could just be Iran trying to claim something which is not true. I have not heard this. Now, it's something that, if it's true, it's something that Bahrain might not want to report right away, by the way. It could be true. I don't know. Fight Score said it could be pretty bad. Phil Lee says Amazon data center. I don't know what they're talking about. Again, I have not seen such a report anywhere. Doesn't mean it's not happening. I feel like that kind of stuff was happening at the start of the war. I don't know the last time it happened recently. Multiple Iranian state media outlets are posting that item. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Okay. Kenneth Goff says stock market will be fine. The sky is not falling. Why is there a Russian plane landing in Tehran? I mean, I don't know, but I will say that like Russia and Iran have close ties. So I don't know, but at the same time, for all I know, that's a common occurrence. I don't know that there's anything weird about that or rare about it. But I'm not sure which plane you're talking about. Anyways, I'm not going to start doing analysis on Flight Radar when I have no background about what I'm looking at. Yeah, this is the plane people were mentioning. This one right here. Let's say RSD. Hold on. Why is this not? Oh, I see. RSD 420 Russia Special Flight Squadron from Moscow to Tehran. Yeah, so I mean, maybe it's a Russian official going to meet in Tehran. It's possible, but again, they do have close ties, so it's an interesting thing. I'm not aware that it's anything kind of that it's something that's so unexpected. Plastic Citizen thinks it's likely evacuating Iranian leaders. I've heard nothing of the sort. Are we going to get another statement from Iran state media or not? From Iranian military? And also, I don't know what Iran's talking about when they say that they claim that, again, some Iranian state media outlets are saying that news reports say an American company was attacked in Bahrain, but I have not heard that anywhere. So I don't know what news reports they're referring to. We'll give it a couple more minutes and see if we can get you an update on that. Look at Bahrain on flight radar, one of the viewers said. Steve God. That is a flight going to Bahrain. Looks like it's about to land. If that's indeed accurate, if it's not weird GPS jamming. I mean, that looks like, I don't know if there's like GPS jamming going on and that's not really what it did. But if that's accurate, it looks like it's about to come into land at the airport right here. Bahrain International Airport, right? It's not circling. That is a plane. That plane there was circling for a while, but it's not circling anymore. That plane there, that's not headed to Bahrain. But this one, again, this is going to Bahrain, and it did circle for a while, and it's no longer circling. Anyways. But sometimes when there's attacks in these places, the planes don't come into land while there's attacks going on. But this plane certainly looks like it's about to land in Bahrain. The altitude is now 1,900 feet and going down, and it's approaching the airport. So certainly looks like that's open there. That's from Flight Radar 24, flightradar24.com. So my question is, again, I was waiting for maybe one more statement from Iran, but I haven't about the sirens in Bahrain. Like, what is it now? It's probably what, half an hour ago or something? 34 minutes ago. And I haven't heard more. So I don't know that we're going to get another statement from them. I mean, if this holds the major activity, if things hold like they normally do, the major activity has already happened. Although you never know, things can kind of spring up out of nowhere. But I didn't know if I should. Hold on. I'm gonna have to eat soon, but normally I don't like keeping the broadcast on while I eat if I don't think there's going to be really anything to report on when I get back, because then people stick around and then I come back and I'm like, well, that's it, and they're like, well, why did we wait around for you, you know? So as of right now, I'm not aware of anything huge, but kind of wanted to hear a little more about the whole Bahrain situation because there had been sirens 35 minutes ago. It's also possible that Iran hit something in Bahrain and we won't hear for hours. You know? But I don't see any reporting now suggesting some sensitive target has been hit in Bahrain. So I can always come back on if there's huge news. Yeah, President Trump never posted about these attacks tonight, during the attacks. Yeah, I think for now, Again, I don't want to make people wait. I don't want to put food in and make people wait around while I eat and then be like, "Hey, I'm back. We're done." And at this point, I don't see any sign of anything kind of huge happening. So, and we know the U.S. said they were done, but there could be more stuff going on later. So, I think maybe we should start wrapping it up. I think. Thanks to Crypto King, by the way. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm going to keep an eye on things, and things can kind of happen and stuff. And so, if there's anything major, we can just do another stream. I can always come back on if there's some kind of major update rather than there might be some strikes here and there or something, but I think it might be time. I think it might be time for me to start wrapping it up, but I'll check things while I'm wrapping up. So I do really appreciate, and I have to eat anyway, so I do really appreciate people being here for the stream. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on things. And if there's more big developments, we'll do more coverage. But as you can see, we don't have a lot of updates to give you right at the moment. Same time tomorrow. We'll have to see, Steve God, what happens. Oh, hold on. Time out. Kuwait just posted. Kuwait, we're staying on the air. We're staying on the air because Kuwait just said they are engaging hostile targets. Now, I don't think it is that big of a deal in the sense of what I think is happening is what happened last night, which is Iran fired stuff at some different countries, and then they did some more. So I'm not aware that this is anything different. I'm guessing it's just more missiles and drones. I don't know. It's more missiles and drones. So I'm not saying it's any more urgent than the normal. But we'll stay on for a little bit. But I don't think we're going to hear anything about this. I think we'll see that there's sirens there, just like we heard 40 minutes ago there's sirens in Bahrain, and then we won't hear anything. And then maybe in 3 hours, Kuwait will post about what happened. What I might do is put food in. I think I'm going to put food in now. And I'm going to leave the broadcast on the air. But there's just, this is happening. But, I'm not going to have, it's not like I'm getting a live stream from Kuwait. So what I'll do is I'm going to take 5 minutes and I'm going to put some food in the air fryer. And we'll keep the stream going. But I don't anticipate huge updates, but you never know. But let me do that. So for the people who want to stick around, yeah, it's just, they say this, and so we know this now, but that doesn't mean I'm going to have anything to tell you about it. So let me take 5 minutes and put the food in. Well, at least we found out. Where can I put this here? There. Did they post one in another one? Here. Oh, that one's more in English. Oh, no, it's just in English too. Hold on. Anyways. Kuwait Army. All right, so sirens going off in Kuwait. Looks like Iran has fired more at Kuwait. I am going to take 5 minutes and come back in 5 minutes, okay? I'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, we're back. When we last left, we had just heard about sirens in Kuwait. First, after Iran already fired things at Kuwait earlier. Kuwait says they are confronting hostile targets in their airspace. So Iran apparently has fired more drones and missiles at Kuwait. Iranian state TV says explosion reported in Kuwait. Well, we would expect to hear explosions because they're either the drones and missiles will land or they'll be shot down. So we'll see. It's also possible something could be hit and you don't hear about it for hours. If you missed it, earlier Iran had said that they had attacked Bahrain, U.S. targets in Bahrain, Kuwait, and, well, they said an air base in Jordan, but it's an air base, I believe, that the U.S. Hold on a second here. The Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan, they said they attacked. Which, does that have an American component at it? Prince Hassan Air Base. That is an air base in Jordan. I don't know if that has U.S. presence there. Anyways, I think they've said before that they attacked American facilities at that base. Anyways, earlier tonight, Iran said it had targeted Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan and also U.S. targets in Kuwait and Bahrain. And then after that, there were sirens in Bahrain again. So apparently, Iran launched some combination of drones and missiles again at Bahrain. And I don't know what happened with that. And then a few minutes ago, there were sirens in Kuwait. So apparently, Iran launched more drones and missiles at Kuwait, drones and missiles. And this is in response for U.S. attacks on Iran today, which were in response, the U.S. Apparently in response to Iran attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz again. The fourth day of U.S. attacks on Iran in the last week. Now I need a minute here. I need about 15 seconds. So we'll try to get some more updates from Kuwait. I don't know what we'll see. And the U.S. has already announced that its strikes are over for the day. I need 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds. Okay. And Iran state media Tasnim says explosions heard again in Kuwait. So You know, we might end up getting a statement from Iran that says we launched more strikes at Kuwait and Bahrain. That could happen. I wouldn't be surprised. Becky says just something so not right about all of this. Gorgonite says, I'm in Kuwait and I hear nothing. That's what Gorgonite claims. Thanks to NSLSA66. Thanks for your support, NLSA66. Also, Crypto King. Thank you, Crypto King. Thanks, Static X, for subscribing on Twitch. Hey, while I have a chance, thanks to our Twitch subscribers, people like Hugh J, Will from Online, Sarah, Wall Street, Shaggy, SDF, DSV. Just taking a second to thank some of our subscribers over there. Wisco Joe, Ninja Baseball Batman. And hey, shout out to some of our YouTube members. Joseph Say, Fox 250R, Evelyn in Maine, David Joe Klotz, Idaho Sweet Syringa, Dawn62, D808, Crappy J, Bluebird Softball Cookie, Barry, Idaho Sweet Syringa. I think I said that already. Michael Avery, Pasta Sasta, D808. And all of our other members as well. I have not heard any kind of detailed reports from Kuwait about what's going on after the sirens went off about 10 minutes ago. Nighthawk is watching in Finland. Thanks for watching from Finland. I just need about 15 more seconds here. Give me 15 more seconds. I will point out that hours after the exchanges of fire last night, Kuwait Army announced that one of their oil platforms had been hit. Why it's not a bigger story, I don't know. By the way, when you wonder why don't you see anything from Kuwait, the General Command of the Kuwaiti Army urges brotherly citizens and residents to refrain from approaching the sites of shrapnel fall resulting from interception operations and to abstain from photographing them or publishing and circulating any photos or video clips of them across social media platforms in order to preserve public security and safety. Here's what they said about, though, earlier today. This was well after the Iran retaliation was over. They posted, 3 northern land border centers in Kuwait were subjected to a criminal aggressive attack resulting in material damage. Additionally, one of the offshore drilling platforms affiliated with the Kuwait Oil Company in Kuwait territorial waters was targeted by a hostile drone, resulting in material damage and the injury of 1 worker. Why wasn't that a bigger story? They didn't even say the word Iran in this post, by the way. I assume it was Iran. So there could be stuff that happened in Bahrain and Jordan and Kuwait, stuff that was hit that we don't hear about for hours. If we hear about it all. I am seeing nothing more, though, about Kuwait or Bahrain right now. Anywhere. What I'll do is I'm going to leave, because I don't know what's going on with those places. I'm going to leave the stream going while I eat. And if there's something huge, I can just run back in here and stop eating. Otherwise, I'll come in after I eat. But be warned, after I eat, if I come in here and there's like no big updates, then I'll probably end the stream. Oh, Flight Radar, I forgot. Thanks for reminding me. Steve God. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Kuwait has, has told flights to not come in while this is a common thing, while there's an air alert, So we see that a bunch with these different Middle Eastern countries, with these different Gulf countries. If they're under alert, sometimes the planes have to hold off. What I can do is do a quick filter here. This is the Kuwait International Airport. So if I do a filter for that airport, custom, you don't need this. Why is this? How do I get rid of these filters? Add new filter. Airport. Kuwait International Airport. Continue. Okay. Show on map. That is a plane that's supposed to be going to Kuwait, but it's not going there right now. Looks like. Although I don't know if that's working. It looks like that plane was supposed to land there, but it's not landing there at the moment. I don't know if that's accurate. There might be weird GPS stuff going on in the region, which affects how those planes are displaying. Anyways. You can look at that. You can go to flightradar24.com and check that for yourself. All right, in a moment, I'm going to have to go eat. I'm not seeing any updates, guys. Jesse James says GPS jamming. Again, I really appreciate all of our moderators who have been here. Thank you so much. So I'm going to keep the stream going just because I'm going to see if we hear anything more about Kuwait and Bahrain. So I will come back after I eat, but again, be warned, if I get back after I eat and there's really no updates about anything, we're not going to stay on very long. It just depends on what's happening. I'm staying on because these new sirens happened in Kuwait, and I want to make sure we're not missing anything huge. Ooh, hold on a second. I think I saw something. Oh no, I don't think that's actually new. I don't think that's new. No, that's not new actually. All right, so let me do this. What should I can leave marine traffic up. Not that it's that exciting. I mean, to watch, you're not going to see much moving on there in real time. But I have it here. Let me do this. Need a moment. Need a moment. Need a moment. I'm going to put this on the screen for you. Take this off. Take that off. Put that on. Put this on. Okay. So, and then I'm going to say, Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. Okay. By the way, thanks to NSLSA66, who says, what has Iran contributed to this free world? Anything positive? Perhaps a reset in that region is in order. We have these things called thermonuclear weapons? What are you proposing, NSLSA66? Thanks so much for your support. Jax Haku says that's dark. All right, so let me go eat. I'm going to keep an eye on things. If there's something huge, I'll stop eating right away and come in. Otherwise, I'll come in and check in with you after I eat. But if there's nothing going on after I eat, nothing big and new, then I'll probably wrap up the stream then. But I'm leaving it on in case something happens. All right. So let me go do that. I'll see you shortly, and I'll keep an eye on things. And if there's something that's big, I'll run in right away. All right. We'll see you in a little bit. Oh, I misspelled. I has a typo. It says shortill, not shortly. It should say shortly, not shortill. Now I fixed it. Now I fixed it. All right. I'll see you in a little bit. Hey everyone, thank you for your patience. I did see a couple updates that I want to mention. Um, by the way, thanks so much to Live Animal for your support, and Crypto King for your support and shouting out the mods. And CJ Breaks Things. That's so generous of you. CJ Breaks Things. I really appreciate it. CJ Breaks Things. Thank you. Very kind of you. Um, excuse me. Hey, I just saw something. I saw something from Tasneem. Tasneem claims a Lucas drone that belongs to the U.S. Army was shot down by Iran. That's what they claim. Let me show you this. Oops. Look at this from Tasneem. They say a Lucas drone was destroyed in Bandar Abbas. A Lucas drone belonging to the U.S. terrorist army was destroyed this morning, was destroyed in the vicinity of Bandar Abbas. This drone was targeted and destroyed this morning by the Army's air defense and in Bandar air defense unit in Bandar Abbas as part of the country's integrated air defense network. I don't know if this is true, of course. They say they shot down a Lucas drone. What is a Lucas drone? Oh, low-cost, uncrewed, unmanned combat attack system. It's a one-way attack drone, also known as a kamikaze drone or suicide drone, developed by the U.S. Armed Forces. It's similar in appearance to Iran's Shahed drones. U.S. CENTCOM says they cost about $35,000 each. Remember, in CENTCOM's post about their attack today, they said that today they used U.S. fighter aircraft, naval vessels, one-way attack aerial drones. That sounds like a Lucas drone. And one-way attack sea drones for the first time. Woden says we will reverse engineer them from Ukraine. This says, Wikipedia says it was reverse engineered from the Iranian designed Hessa Shahed 136. Anyways, I don't know the whole history of this. You can read about them on Lucas drones on Wikipedia. That's not one of those multi-million-dollar drones, it looks like. I also did see something from the Jordanian army. You know, Iran said earlier tonight that they fired missiles at Jordan, at an airbase in Jordan. The Jordanian army says, Jordanian state media, Jordanian news agency. Well, here it is. Here's their statement. Here's the statement from Jordan. Jordan armed forces intercept and shoot down 4 missiles that entered Jordanian airspace coming from Iranian territory. They say an official military source in the General Command of the forces stated Jordanian Armed Forces, Arab Army, that the air defense systems intercepted at dawn today 4 missiles that entered Jordanian airspace coming from Iranian territory. The source pointed out that the interception process was carried out with high efficiency within the procedures, operational measures taken to protect sovereignty, safety, and security of the kingdom and its citizens. It did not result in any human casualties or material damage. They said there was some shrapnel that fell at some different sites. It doesn't clearly say that all the missiles were shot down, right? Strictly speaking, when you read this, it doesn't say that there were 4 missiles total. It said they shot down 4, and there were no interceptions, there were no injuries or damage from the interceptions. It doesn't say that that was the total of missiles. I don't know if there were other missiles that might have gotten through. Okay. Oh, thanks to Sparky the Human. Thanks, Sparky. Let me shout out our mods for a second here who are still around. Leslie Ladyhawk and Ruth are still modding. Thank you so much, Leslie Ladyhawk and Ruth, over there on YouTube. On Twitch, we still got Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. And thanks to John Deeds and Roach Q for your support. Roach Q for rating. John Deeds for your support on Twitch. Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch. John Deed says, good plan by Iran, blow up bases in other countries that we Americans don't even use to make it look like they are fighting back strategically and powerfully. Let me know if you think I am wrong. That's what John Deed said. Thanks, John, for your support. Hey, also on Facebook, thanks to Andrea Holder, Michael Fergal, over there on Facebook, moderating there right now. Thank you. K. Larry Body, I really appreciate it. Linda Belg Larry and Misha on X. And also over on Rumble. Why can I not see? For some reason, on Rumble, I'm not seeing the chat history. That's weird. That's odd. Things are acting odd on Rumble. Why can I not see the chat history? Well, the chat history seems to have reset itself on Rumble. And I don't know why. But thanks, I know Lovey and Kay moderating over there. Why doesn't Jordan respond? One of our viewers said. You mean like attack Iran? I mean, they might just think it's not worth it because I'm not an expert on the region, but I've seen commentary on things like saying things like, look, these countries have to be neighbors of Iran forever. So if you're Jordan and you attack Iran, then maybe that really worsens your rate. Then maybe Iran attacks you more and it worsens your relations with Iran. And then what are you getting out of it? What are you going to do to them that's going to be more than the U.S. does? So it might just be like a cost benefit. I assume it's a cost benefit analysis thing. Midtown Mike says Jordan doesn't care because Iran is only hitting U.S. bases. I think that's actually a Jordanian air base, maybe with a U.S. presence. But I mean, they're not, it's not like maybe they'd probably be more likely to do that if they hit Jordanian energy infrastructure or something. I didn't hear anything more about Kuwait or Bahrain, by the way, since, we stayed on the air because there was a Kuwait sirens going off in Bahrain. Right when we were going to get off the air, some sirens went off in Kuwait. So I really didn't hear much more about that. I'll do a check here and see if I can find anything. We told you about the drone. I did see this post from the Persian Gulf. Where is that? The PGSA. That's this association that Iran created. I think it's the same as their post from yesterday. That Iran created to oversee the Strait of Hormuz, basically. They recently created this organization during the war. PGSA Iran. I think the statement I saw is the same as from yesterday. We hereby inform all esteemed applicants, due to the recent illegal movements of the U.S. military forces in the region, passage through the Strait of Hormuz is currently not possible. As soon as stability and calm are restored, all requests will be reviewed based on the schedule, and the necessary permits will be issued. The only way to obtain a transit permit for the Strait of Hormuz is through the website pgsa.ir. To receive the latest news and updates, follow our account on the social network X. We appreciate your patience and cooperation. That's from Persian Gulf Waterway Management. Our viewer says it looks like the PGA logo. Esteban says that. Firestar says Elon should ban that account. All right, so there's that. Let me just see if I have any other updates here. We basically stayed on while I was eating, as I warned you before I ate, just to see if anything big would come out while I was eating. I'm not seeing anything else right now, guys. I'm really not seeing much at all, to be honest. Yeah, I'm really not seeing much new. Thank you, NSLSA66 for your support, who says, from an unbiased perspective, I would assume that Allied forces are running out of interceptors. That's what NSL thinks? Why do you think that? Because you think missiles are getting through? It's an interesting question about the number of interceptors. They're not firing that many every day, missiles, but I don't, so that's a good question. I'm sure the U.S. is doing its best to make sure these different countries have interceptors. Thank you, Thomas P0419, for the memberships. Thomas gave 10 people memberships. Please thank Thomas if you get a membership from Thomas. Our viewer, Cap Jenks, thinks they're running 24/7 making them, the interceptors. I don't know how many they can make during the year, but Don Hirsch thinks Jordan's a weak country with a weak military. It's not worth it for them to respond to the Iranian monster. Hey, thanks. Sparky the Human gave 10 memberships too. Wow, that's really nice of you. Sparky the Human, thank you so much. Please thank Sparky if you got a membership from Sparky. Give me a moment. Justin Woodward, our viewer, says, crazy how normalized all this conflict is by summer 2026. Thanks, Justin. I had mentioned a couple days ago, I think, it's amazing that at this point, like, Iran and the U.S. are, the U.S. is launching strikes on Iran, and Iran is launching strikes on U.S. targets and other Middle Eastern countries, and it seems like a normal thing now. What once would have seemed just crazy is just seen as a normal thing. It happened 4 days in the last week. PW360 says, my money is on the in the morning. Trump either announces they will attack Iran tomorrow or they will return to negotiations again. You mean before the market opens? Barry thinks there's 13 Patriot interceptors produced per week. I have no idea. Just doing a quick. The Foreign Policy Research Institute said in an article, I don't know if they know what they're talking. I can't confirm their reporting. They said that their current build rate is 600 missiles per year. In an article, I think it's recent, but I can't confirm this. That's Foreign Policy Research Institute. Lockheed produced just over 600 PAC-3 interceptors last year, according to Reuters, and they're aiming to scale their production to about 2,000 by 2030. But Raytheon produces some too. I don't know how many Raytheon makes. Oh, Raytheon makes PAC-2s, according to Reuters, and the more sophisticated PAC-3s are from Lockheed. For whatever that's worth. I'm not going to linger on this at this point. But Lockheed Martin makes about 600 per year. The Guardian has that in an article too. It's an interesting question. What's being used to shoot down these Iranian missiles? And does Iran have some sort of plan to keep launching missiles a lot of days? And do they think that that's going to end up with interceptors running low? I don't know. Riri Patton says looks over for the night. It's maybe possible, Riri. All right. I think we're getting close. To that time. Again, I was going to get off the air before, but I stayed on the air because I wanted to see if anything big came up. Hang on a second here. Hang on 1 second. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing much new right now. You know, again, we can always come on the air again if there's big news. Nothing stopping us from doing another stream. Yeah, I'm not seeing much from Iranian media either. All right, I think it's our time. I think it's our time, guys. So again, we can always come on if there's more news, if there's more big news, but I think we're going to start wrapping up this stream. So I really appreciate you guys being here. And who knows, is this going to happen like every day for weeks? I have no idea. It's a strange situation, but we'll see. I think we may cover on Thursday the SpaceX Starship launch, if that works out. I was reading about that, so we may cover that on Thursday. Anyways, I very much appreciate you being here for our live breaking news coverage of the developments in the Middle East with the Iran war. And what am I seeing here? What am I seeing? Am I seeing something new? No, I don't think that's new. No. So I would suggest if you want to know when we're coming on the air, because we can come on the air at any time when there's big news. Sign up for our notifications so you don't miss a stream, because I don't know when big news is going to happen. But we have free notifications, a free system we do through Discord. It works really great. We created it ourselves. It's free to sign up. You sign up once and you get a notification every time before we go live. So sign up for the notifications. That's what I would recommend. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the sign up link for the free notifications in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook and Rumble. But I very much appreciate you guys being here and watching. Also, everybody who's been participating in the chat. And is this a new statement? No, I think that's the same one as before. Oh, this might be a new statement. Hold on. What? We saw a statement from the Army before, but oh, I missed this statement. Hey guys, there's a new statement there's just a new statement that came in from the Revolutionary Guard. They talked about stage 4 of their retaliation. Hold on, let me show you this. Okay, so Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard says, look, U.S. Army's ground-to-ground missile base in Kuwait, they claim, destroyed by ground force soldiers of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. In the 4th phase of the Eye for an Eye operation, the heroic ground force soldiers of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps targeted a U.S. Army ground-to-ground missile base in Kuwait, setting fire and completely destroying 2 HIMARS missile platforms and ammunition depots filled with missiles. Are they saying that they launched artillery or missiles at it or something? I don't know what this means. Yeah, it says ground forces. I have a hard time thinking that ground forces went into Kuwait. So it's a little unclear. I mean, Iran makes, a bunch of claims about their achievements in their military that turn out to be false. So it's an interesting claim, though. You can see here, Iran is here. It's not far from Kuwait, right? So Iran is here. Then there's Kuwait right here. So, I mean, roughly speaking, the border from Iran to Kuwait is about 12 miles. I mean, but I would be stunned if Iranian forces somehow got into Kuwait to do this. There's Iraq, and there's Iran, and there's Kuwait. Who knows? But I'm kind of skeptical of this whole claim to begin with. Anyways, I'm going to post it, though. Hold on. It's an interesting claim. Why is this all weird here? Oh, I see. Okay, so They say this was the fourth phase of their operation. Iran's Revolutionary Guard claims that in the fourth phase of their retaliation operation after the new U.S. strikes, the IRGC ground, what does it say? Ground force soldiers what they say? Set fire to and completely destroyed 2 HIMARS missile platforms and missile depots in Kuwait. Not sure if this is supposed to imply the ground forces made it into Kuwait. Either way, this claim is unverified. All right. Yeah. So again, it's I do have a hard time believing that this involved. I don't know that they even destroyed these things, but even if they did, I have a hard time believing that ground forces from Iran made it into Kuwait to do this. Anyways, I don't know. So maybe they had drones with them or something, or who knows. So I'll let you know if I hear more. But Splenge Bab thinks 0 chance they got ground troops into Kuwait. Barry says interesting. Bluebird Softball Cookie says ground forces. They usually don't mention ground forces, though. Phoenix Rising says propaganda. Captain Jank says our attack helicopters will take care of that. All right. So anyways, we got that announcement, though, for you. We got that announcement. Oh, we got the 5th announcement. Oh, we're getting closure. Wow. Guys, we got the 5th announcement, too, of stage 5 of their retaliation operation. I'm glad we stayed on the air so we could get you these announcements. Fantastic. All right. Here's the next announcement about the 5th stage of the Iranian retaliation operation. It says, U.S. announcement number 5. U.S. military facilities and infrastructure in Bahrain destroyed. Long-range air FPS radar and vessel detection radar in the Sultanate of Oman also destroyed. They claim they destroyed something in Oman. I have no idea if this is true. Dear and awakened people of Iran, the decisive and crushing operations carried out by your sons in the armed forces have brought the U.S. army to despair. In their latest acts of aggression, the American aggressors, by targeting a water pump in the Mashhar region, once again demonstrated their anti-popular nature. Iran claims that a water pumping station, I believe it was, that serves agricultural purposes, was targeted by the U.S. earlier tonight. I don't know if that's true. Your brave sons in the IRGC Navy, in addition to targeting U.S. military facilities and infrastructure in Jafar, Bahrain, where fires are still raging, have, in the fifth phase of retaliation, targeted and destroyed a long-range air FPS radar and a vessel detection radar in the Sultanate of Oman. The only way to open the Strait of Hormuz for the passage of vessels is to end the interventions of the U.S. aggressor army in this strait and to respect the sovereignty of countries over their own coastal waters. The continuation of these interventions will lead to even greater events in the global and oil and gas sector. Wow. The continuation of these interventions will lead to even greater events in the global oil and gas sector. Little threat there. And there is no victory except from Allah, the Almighty, the Wise. So, wow. Okay, so that's the new statement there from the Revolutionary Guard. That might be the last one that they make tonight. I feel like we have closure having read that statement. Hold on, I got to post that now. Bear with me for a second. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says what did it say? It destroyed U.S. military targets in Bahrain and 2 radars in Oman. Also says the continuation of these U.S. interventions will lead to even greater events in the global oil and gas sector. I think we got all the statements. Because we were waiting for statements about Kuwait and Bahrain, and we got statements about Kuwait and Bahrain and about Oman. I think that's it. I think they've now released statements about everything that they were claiming to have attacked. So we got all the statements. What if these claims are true? I don't know. I don't know. I can't confirm them. I can't verify them. But we did get all the statements. How about, it took a while though. See, this is how long it takes for these statements to come out sometimes. Jesus says, I am an Army veteran. Thanks for your service, by the way. And let me remind you that a war cannot be won with missiles alone. Remember Vietnam and Afghanistan. Wake up. Jesus thinks Iran has defeated us. That's what Jesus, UCSB, says. Thanks so much, Jesus, for your support and for your service. Midtown Mike says we need a Trump response. Yeah, we did never get a Trump response to all the doings today. He did not post about the back and forth strikes today. Trump. Darcy thinks Iran is really just asking to get rocked. All right, well, I'm really glad I was able to get you those statements. Jen and Jamie says now it's getting serious. Stage 5. They appeared to they said that they didn't call it stage 5, but it looks like they said that their operation had roughly 5 stages. Their retaliation operation. All right, now we're wrapping up. We were about to wrap up, but I'm really glad we got to do those statements. Okay, now, hey, so again, as I was saying before, I really appreciate you watching. I appreciate everybody chatting in the chat who chatted. Thanks for sending me updates. Those of you who've been sending me updates and posting and giving me news updates in the chat, and also letting me read your comments and questions on the air. Thanks for all the comments. We got to read a bunch of comments. And also, oh, I want to show you this. Hold on. No, I don't want to show you that, but I want to. Where is this? I'm not going to worry about that. Anyways, but as I said before, sign up for the free notification for the channel because they work well, and that'll let you know when we're going on the air beforehand. And the mods will post the link to the notification sign up in the chat. And you can find that in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook and Rumble. I would recommend signing up for our free notifications to get you, so you don't miss a stream and you know when we're going on the air live. And I will post updates on my X account at Lookner on X. You can follow me over there for breaking news updates at Lookner on X. But again, appreciate everybody tuning in, and who knows, we might be right back here soon covering more of this. Hey, thanks to Israel Bishop for your support, by the way. Thank you so much, Israel Bishop. Is that a legit quote? I don't know if that's an accurate quote, Israel. Israel claims that Albert Einstein said if there's a World War III, World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. I cannot confirm Albert Einstein said that. I'm not going to research it at the moment. But thank you, Israel Bishop. Now, hey, huge thanks to our moderators. They are amazing. We had lots of people in the chat, and we can only have our chats because our moderators are here, keeping things under control, keeping things respectful. Ruth is still here. Thank you so much, Ruth, and all of our other YouTube moderators who have been with us. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Also over on Twitch, all of our Twitch moderators, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai, 3 Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Big thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder, Kay Lowry Body, Michael Fergal, Darren Charlo on Facebook. Huge thanks. And our Kay Body and Lovey moderate for us on Rumble as well. So huge thanks to all of our moderators for all of your help in letting us have chat rooms, moderators. And our viewer ICANcast says, as long as Iran threatens international shipping, they will continue to get struck. Hey, also, huge thanks to everybody for your support. Those who supported the channel today. So nice of you. We had so much generous support today. Oh, and I owe a thank you to Kendra Fox for your support. And Big Dog Gaming, thank you over there on Twitch. Also, our viewer Blackhawk Command gave about, 350 subscriptions, 350 memberships on YouTube and 150 subscriptions on Twitch. Unbelievable. So nice of them. So thanks to them and to Louis R. and everybody else who, I think I thanked everybody earlier. So huge thank you for supporting the channel and letting the channel exist. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So big thanks to you. And Captain Jenks says it's going to get worse before it gets better. We'll have to see what happens with this. It doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon. What else? Another way to find out. Another way to find out when we're going live is to follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. Thanks to everybody who's followed so far on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there when we're going live, give you a heads up. I also give you updates about the channel over there at Agenda Free TV. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers for free when we're not on the air. The Discord chat, the Agenda Free TV Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. Check it out if you'd like. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Big thanks to our Discord moderators who moderate the Discord chat. Thank you, Discord moderators. And also, I do want to mention for those who watch on YouTube, I'd suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, the way you do that is you subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications over there on YouTube. Oh, thanks to Cool Maps. Cool Maps, I have not heard anything about explosions in Abu Dhabi. I've heard nothing of the sort. I'm not familiar with the source you cited, but I've heard nothing about it anywhere among any source that I follow. Nothing. I just read the, if you're, somebody mentioned IRGC statements. We just read two IRGC statements about 10 minutes ago. H3MA says, I live in Abu Dhabi, nothing since yesterday. Oh, I wanted to mention this. I don't know if I can get that right now. I'm seeing a report that 6 ships passed through the Strait of Hormuz in the past day. Bloomberg says all of the 6 commodity carriers that transited Hormuz on Sunday did so with their transponders turned off. Reuters says the number of vessels transiting the strait fell to multi-week lows on Sunday. According to 6 ships transited the strait on Sunday, according to Kepler. The lowest number in 5 weeks. Hormuz traffic they say, Reuters says Hormuz traffic slows to a multi-week low. All right, so Reuters says the number of vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz fell to multi-week lows on Sunday. Shipping data showed 6 vessels transited the strait on Sunday. The lowest number in 5 weeks. That's from Reuters. I'll post it on my X account with the link to the article if you want to read the article. Yes, July 13th, 12:52 a.m. It just came out. Okay, now, that being said, some viewers might have mentioned that in the chat, or the headline. I'm not sure. If you did, thank you. I don't remember where I saw that initially. Hey, I want to thank our Facebook subscribers who subscribed to the channel. Oh no, it ended on Facebook. We ran out. I was saying goodbye and we hit 8 hours on Facebook. Well, too bad. Okay. I didn't realize this. Well, I think people know on Facebook I was ending. I didn't realize we were so close. Anyways, well, thanks to our Facebook subscribers who subscribe over there. Also, thanks to are there new sirens now? I'm not staying on the air if there are. If there's new sirens, I'm not staying on the air. I'm not aware that there are, but if there are, it's not staying on. We've done this for hours now with the sirens. Yes, I'm going to leave it to you guys. There's new sirens in Bahrain. I'm not staying on the air. There was sirens in Bahrain 3 hours ago, and there were sirens in Bahrain 2 hours ago. So, and I generally, once we hear about sirens, I really don't get much of an update until an hour or two later when Iran posts something claiming they did something in Bahrain. So I'm not staying on for it. I will keep an eye out. If there's some huge development, I can come back on the air. Yeah, Jan and Jamie says it's officially stage 6. I'm not staying on for that. Now, but just so you know, there's another siren in Bahrain. Also, thanks to, but I'll keep an eye on things. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers. Thanks for mentioning in the chat, by the way, whoever mentioned that, I appreciate it. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers. Night Owl, Midtown Mike, Hugh J, Kendra Fox, Devil Doc. Really appreciate all of our Twitch subscribers. Wall Street Shaggy, CSYNT, Dag Heels, Matthew Kohai 3, Jax Animals, Mr. Mac, thank you. We have a viewer in Bahrain who'll probably write to me. Also, thanks to what's going on here? Why am I seeing this? Thanks so much to our YouTube members. Thanks to all of our other Twitch subscribers too. Thanks to our YouTube members like Bluebird Softball Cookie, Jesse James, Crypto King, Dr. McRib, D. Verk Berverts, thank you. Barry, thank you. Darcy Do That, Captain Jenks, Michael Avery, thanks for being members on YouTube. Daisy, Ken Lance, Riri Patton, I Am Good Goy, Chris N, Electronic Progression, CAC 813, William Cromer, Red Girl, thanks Echo Park Mom, Blackfoot Fred. Thanks to all of our members over there. Tim M6, Amy Celeste, Israel Bishop, thank you, Crypto King. Oh, I do have this. Hold on. No, that's not really anything interesting. I thought we might have some more specifics about what was hit during the explosions last night, during the last wave of U.S. attacks, but that's not particularly informative. Yeah, that's not particularly informative. So I thought I had more information here. Anyways. But I will post stuff if I see updates, guys. Excuse me. Thanks to everybody else for watching. Hold on a second here. Hey, thanks so much to Tina Scharfeld. Thanks, Tina. Tina is in Romania. Tina's in Romania. Hey, thank you, Tina Scharfeld, for watching from Romania and for supporting the channel. It's so generous of you. Thank you so much, Tina. Very nice of Tina. All the way from Romania. Thanks to, hold on a second here. Sunju Park, thanks for watching. Sunju says, can't believe the war is still going on. Terry Stacy, thanks for watching. Sea Chase, our member, thank you. Roger Turnick, I think it is. Divit X Riz and Damien WNZ and Miro News. Dave Smith, Jan and Jamie, thank you for watching. Facebook ended. Again, we were saying goodbye and Facebook hit the 8-hour mark. It happens. Mini Disc, thanks for watching. AKA Falco, thank you. Grump MMA, thank you. My Mind Spray, thanks for watching. Lulu8X, CMO Money, Kevster, 5-cent nickel, thanks for watching. All right, we're wrapping this up. We're wrapping it up, guys. 816T over there on Rumble, thanks for watching. Vika Varkosh, Jeff Sproul, Tuna, I Can Cast. All right, guys, again, I'll keep an eye out. I don't know about these latest sirens in Bahrain, but I'll keep an eye out what we hear. But we're wrapping this up right now. So thank you for joining us. That is it for now. You've been watching our live coverage of the hostilities in the Iran war, U.S. strikes on Iran, and Iran retaliating. Let's see if I have anything else here. Hold on. All right, that's it for now. Thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.